you hear? I'm very sensitive, Joel. I'm so sensitive.
You're a sensitive guy. Yeah, no,
I'm
I
so,
know.
so
Yeah, I'm
sensitive.
holding back any critical stuff right now against you.
Yeah. Happy, I normally don't donate on YouTube, but since I heard you're underfunded, I decided to. Your videos on the Trinity
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Duh. My bad. I've been explaining so much. If you can read lips, it was probably pretty stupid. I wish I could write poems like the great saints did about how much reality hurts them, but how much they just deeply, deeply, deeply love it. So I'm not saying God hurts me, you know what I mean? But in some sense, like, God allows, the Holy Spirit gives authority to all the spirits, you know, all the spirits, the abstract, universal powers beyond our control. Universal would suggest godly, but I hope you can understand what I mean by that. You know, just people are led by these powers beyond their control. And there are universal categories, you know, decay, greed, legion, things like that, you know, that pull them into demonic acts, where demonic acts means causing non-being, chaos, entropy, destruction. You know, the attempted destruction of reality, which is actually impossible. You know, that's how I define evil. When you're attempting, especially consciously, when you're especially consciously trying to attempt to destroy the ordained reality. Right? When you're attacking the ordained reality in some way, that's what evil is, in my experience. Especially consciously. But not always. You don't have to be conscious. It's just especially when you're conscious. You know, that's what makes it a mortal evil. An evil that kills your soul is that where your soul means at least the thing that persists when you go to sleep and you don't dream. You know what I mean? The thing that we respect even after your death. When we do your last will and testament, we might respect that for hundreds of years, that claim. You know what I mean? Like, there's whatever that is. You know, it's at least whatever that is. That's what the soul means, is at least whatever that is that persists when you're not, like, conscious. I'm in a rough place right now, a very rough place, you know. But it still can't make me want to stop existing, you know. Yes, true. Now that one might be a little picky, but I don't. There no snot or anything came out on it. I gotta remember those things. This is why you're supposed to just put us in a fucking corner somewhere and be like, do this job, and we'll let you have a house, and don't fucking bother anybody. And that was great, but the trade-off was that they would just randomly be like, he's a fucking creep, and hang you for no reason, and everybody would just convince themselves that you had good reason to because he was a fucking creep. Or whatever, you know. Just kidding. So, they don't hang you anymore as much, just for looking weird, doing weird things. But now they don't stick you in a corner and give you a job and not bother you either. So, trade-off. There's a trade-off there. It's progress, I guess. Some of us are getting jobs. You might think that's self-sabotaging, but maybe it is, but I have quit many times. I just don't care for it. And it doesn't change anything. Literally nothing changes. Yeah, that's what I always say. I don't put it like that. God is ultimate necessary being and creatures are contingent beings. Entropic beings is how I like to phrase it. Being itself doesn't experience entropy. know if that's true. Not you. You can't. You can only, when you are saying something literally true about God, you are only saying it because of the Holy Spirit. Because the Holy Spirit is saying it through you. And that's how you should recognize when people are speaking for God, because it should look like the Holy Spirit to you, even if it's not Jewish, Israeli. I'm an Israeli too. I'm just kidding. I mean, I am, but I'm just kidding about the attitude. I also struggle with God. I also hope to prevail with God. I hope God lets me prevail with Him. And I have family from areas that were populated by the people who came from the areas that the... Sorry for my attitude. Look, I'm just in the mood for attitude now, I guess. From the areas where the tribes of Israel were scattered, you know? I don't know why everybody overthinks this. Because they think with the flesh, which means they think with the particulars. That's my whole thing. That's my whole thing. The flesh means the particulars. The spirit means the universals. In a loose sense. And to be is a combination of the universals and the particulars. I am Adam, but not the word Adam. I'm something a lot more than the particular word Adam. And I have a humanity, but I'm more than just another human, another brick in the wall. I'm not just my humanity. But I'm not just Adam. I am Adam the human. Which is what my name means. Gee, I wonder why people think I'm crazy, because I do things like this. I'm just trying to be expressive. I'm sorry for being expressive. I'm gonna cry. I'm really actually gonna cry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it's bigger than that. That is true, actually. That is the crucifixion. That is the point of the crucifixion. Right there, in my ontology. But it's bigger than that. Because if God doesn't become an item, then we can't become items. And by that I mean, like, if God doesn't willingly submit himself to the same entropic forces that are going to cause our non-being, then we would immediately collapse into non-being as soon as we're created. Be like, consciousness death. Assuming a solipsism, you know. But God's not an item, but he willingly submits himself to the same forces that make us a limited entropic creature with a definite particular nature, the flesh, the solidity of the flesh and logic and reason, science, the logos. God willingly, as the logos, you know, the order of the universe, he willingly submits himself to be surrounded by his own negation, just like we are. That's how we become objects, because we are surrounded by our own negation. Yep, I agree. Okay. Yeah, because I'm talking about a specific kind of value. That's a good point. I'm talking about normative value, intrinsic value. No, I don't want to go there because I don't know what that means. I could be getting those terms way wrong. I don't want to put the wrong terms in there, because I don't mean that that's literally what the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is. I'm just saying that they're the grounds of those things. Even though they're the same thing, you know, you can't understand it because you have a light cone. You know what I mean? You can't step out that light cone. But God, being all the objects are created through the aspect of reality that surrounds itself with that same negation that makes it also in reality is not an object, but it still has the same kind of qualities that it can even be mapped by like a value called reality, you know what I mean? And we can know what that means. That can even include all of the multiverses. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I agree. I've heard good arguments that that's not a good way to categorize the essence of God. But I'd have to read more about that. I don't read though, I listen. But either way, sometimes I read this shit. Yes. Yes. Because it's stronger, because non-being just has too many contradictions, because it might just be the idea of contradiction. It might be what its essence, that might be what the essence of non-being is, as far as non-being can have an essence. It might just be contradiction and not the void. which we know, like we physically know now the void is not non-being, actually. Yeah, exactly. The logos. Oh, okay, if that's how you're saying it. Yeah, because I don't have a good this right here, because I don't have a good scientific definition. Right? All I'm saying is God at least possesses, being itself at least possesses a normatively ordered value structure, at least locally, within this entire friggin' universe. Excuse my language. I'm trying to work on that. And it makes that persist over time for at least 40 years now. Now sometimes I lose track of it, but it's clear that it's persisting for at least 40, what I'm calling 40 years now. And the key is that I have already decided to relate to reality itself like it has the ability and cause to remain persistent over time. It resists non-being in some sense. I've already decided to think of it like it has a telos, like it is an end in itself. So you can call that a God? Like that's kind of like how I view Spinoza's God. Because then you start saying things like, yeah, but it's just, reality is just this and just that, just this. I say mockingly, I can't think of the terms I'm putting in there, but I remember doing that a lot. If you want the Holy Spirit to visit you, you have to radically humble yourself. You have to radically humble yourself. You might even have to you might have to consider that everything you've ever thought was just purely evil from the very core. I'm not saying that it is or not, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that it is or that it's not. Just saying that's where you might have to get if you want to be visited by the Holy Spirit. And I don't mean just say that to yourself, but like I'm an idiot and I'll do anything to stop being an idiot type feeling in yourself, you know what I mean? You gotta reach a radical humility. Now, that's not true for everybody, you know what I mean? But that's what, if you have atheist materialist leanings, it's because consent is your highest value. And that kind of individualism is just not ontologically tenable for various reasons. In which neuron is your self? Where's that embodied at? Ostensibly we could download yourself into a computer if we ever prove that's the case. And then it goes in. This is my thought experiment. So we download you into the computer. Let's say you're being transported in one of the machines that breaks you down, builds you up, or whatever, and you've agreed. Let's not even go there. Let's just say we download you into the computer, we upload you onto the cloud, the internet goes down for 5 years. You're gone. You're gone. Like, maybe there's something about you in, like, one of the servers somewhere. Like, kinda, maybe, sorta, but not really. Like, you're really stretching it at that point if you're saying that you still exist in the servers. You've already, to me, you've already accepted the universals at that point. If that can count. If, like, 112 and 121 and 011, well, 2, there's no 2s, but you know what I mean. 011 and 110 and 010 spread out all across the planet can be like, oh, that's me being embodied as me still. No. When we reconstruct you, we reconstruct you, you know what I mean? You have this moment where you're, this 5-year moment where you're just fucking gone, you know? But we still think you persist. Now, we think you persist. Is that just our thought? And therefore, when we perform the actions that reflect your continued persistence, is that just a legal fiction we're performing? Or is that a real thing we're doing, you know? That's what you have to ask. Is it just a legal fiction? And if it is just a legal fiction, that's fine. That's totally fine, but it's like, you know, if my government's stronger than your government, then, you know, too bad for you. You can complain all you want, but that's the end of that. You complained about it. Boo-hoo. And that's where you'll start being like, oh, it's just that. That's all. It's just that. Yeah, well, that's cancer to your soul, dude. That's going to wear and tear and drag on you over time. You don't want to say reality is just this and just that. It's also this and also that, but it's bigger than this and that. It's a higher power. It's dragging you forward in a good way. Not like, you better come along with me, but like, hey, check it out, it's better over here type way. That's the whole Adonai versus Baal question. Is God like, you better follow me or I'll kill you? Or is he like, if you don't come over here, you're gonna die? Right? Those are two totally different things. If that's your Lord, you know, like, let's say Lord in the sense of the person you should follow. One of those persons, one of those lords is going, you better follow me or I'll kill you. And one of those persons is like, hey, if you don't follow me, you're gonna die. And you can relate to reality. Like, you are relating to reality in those terms. When you relate to reality, do you relate to it like it's, like as if it's saying to you, you better follow me or I'm going to kill you? Or are you relating to it like it's saying to you, hey, if you don't follow me, you're going to die? Right? Like, that's the whole thing. And if you're attenuated towards this willing following, then you're going to be like, oh, I'm doing good things, you know? And that's going to energize you and inspire you. But if you're following this like, oh God, I hope he doesn't kill me, you can still be led into the good. Like, for some people, that's how God brings them. They're not capable of understanding this one. So that's how God brings them around to him. Because they're just afraid of, they've correctly identified ultimate reality as some kind of kenotic logos. You know what I mean? They've recognized that. And so they're like, oh God, if I try to destroy reality, it'll destroy me, or it'll destroy my values. More importantly, they'll say it'll destroy my values. And so they're like, oh, and God leads them to him that way. But they have to correctly get rid of that individualism that tells you that your consent is the highest value. Because what you're saying there is that you can never be wrong except when you are, in which case you weren't really. And that's why people correctly identify that ontology as psychotic, and also why you can see in 20 or 30 years we started adopting a secular ontology and shit just fucking fell apart immediately, dude. Immediately. Nobody likes each other. Go walk around out there. Nobody likes each other. They're just, everybody's yelling at each other all the time. You can't go into a store. Like, you can't even go into a store and people be like, hey, how you doing? That's gone, you know. At best, you'll get, welcome to Walmart or something, you know what I mean? Like, nobody's polite. Everybody's just yelling at each other all the time. You can't trust anybody. They got everything locked up everywhere. You need to have a gun everywhere you go. Like, it's insane. Secularism is not working, not in America at least. And you could be like, well, secularism works in Sweden, and I agree, but Sweden also has a state church. Did you know that? I think it's Sweden. Their secularism is not like ours. They're not very religious either, but I'm just saying, like, this atheist materialism we fell into in the 90s is just, it's not it. It's not it. It killed all my friends. It fucking... Sorry for laughing. It's more like a nervous laughter, please. My non-verbals don't match my verbals. So please, you know, please accommodate and forgive. And accept my sincere apologies if the fact that my tone doesn't match my intent bothers you and makes you think I have ill intent. That's clipping. That's clipping. That's that AI doing that? Wow. Mm. Mm. Yes. 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 What does that mean? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. I mean, like, it becomes a person. He becomes a person like us. As a huge sacrifice to his own power. And he willingly takes on a lot of pain. The same pains we will go through. It's beautiful. And this, yes, I got here. My bad. My bad. Yeah, well, that's what I think, and the essence comes from the Father's monarchical status as the owner of the world. God is the rightful owner of the world, and the Son receives that inheritance. That's the treasure of God, right? That the Son receives. which, contrary to our stupid monkey brains, is not just sitting on the throne, ruling the 12 tribes, coming on the clouds, but more importantly is sacrificing yourself for the ones you love. There's no greater love than that a man would sacrifice himself for the ones that he loves. Like, that's just, you know, that's the foundation of all. That's quite literally the foundation of all reality. As the reality felt that way about you. About you personally, in an intimate way. And you can feel that. You can feel that. But not when you think you're going to come on the clouds and judge the tribes. You might, but you don't know what you're asking for. That's what God says to Andrew and James' mother, or something like that. I don't know. So, two of the apostles' mother. He says you don't know what you're asking for. You're asking for them to wash the tribe's feet, to be whipped and beaten and crucified by the tribes. Like, you don't know what you're asking for when you say, I want to rule alongside you, God. And that's where else I got. So then what are you saying? Are you saying, this is before I even started reading the Bible in a spiritual way? I would be like, what are you saying? Are you saying that God is a death god? That being is some kind of death god? And no, that can't be the case. You know, the world is still good if you're looking at it correctly. I don't know that everything isn't necessary. That's a good question. Well, because we want to exist. And that's two possible states. secretion. I don't care about classical theology. Without contradiction. These are clearly different things that exist as one thing without contradiction. That these different things exist as one thing is clearly not, you can phenomenologically experience that it's not a contradiction, especially if it's true that contradiction means non-being. Like you could just experience that. You experience it more directly than the objects that make up the objective world of your senses. Yes. Hopefully I'm not being a heretic. And if I am, then please forgive me and throw it all away. If I am being a heretic, then I ask the church to forgive me and throw it all away. What we need now, more than ever, is discipline, unity, connection. And that means humility. That means service. That means submission, in some sense. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kairotic time, they call it. Yeah, you are, in some sense, your entire light cone that comes to you and extends from you to the end of time. You're bigger than your body, at least. That's the foundational claim. You're either just your body or you're bigger than your body. And if you're not bigger than your body, if you're just your body, then when we say you persist even through your non-conscious modes, that's just a legal fiction. And if the law says that I can violate your consent, then, that's what it is. It is what it is. That's why I introduce what I call the world democracy of persons. which is a world where all of the objects, whatever they are already under the dominion of a fully consensual democracy where they're either owned, let's say, by the citizens or held in a trust for future citizens. And you have to make a choice. Do you accept that there is some real, universal, regardless of the law, that makes you persist over time, or because the democracy respects your consent, should they respect your wishes to be treated like an object? If you're saying that you're really just an object and your subjectivity is just a legal, not your subjectivity, but your value is just a legal fiction, then they're just respecting that belief by classifying you as an object. Would you accept that? As an atheist materialist, would you bite the bullet and say, okay, maybe I'm not just the embodied particulars of my being, and join the world democracy of persons? Or would you persist and say, now you can't lie. Crucially, you can't lie here. The robots know. They can sense when you're, not about lying, but just being insincere, that you don't really believe it. You know, would you come to believe it? Would you accept it and be like, oh wow, my atheist materialist, or at least just materialist from this part of the argument, presuppositions are just not that great actually, right? Would you accept that and join the world democracy of persons as a non-vulgar materialist now? Or would you allow them to respect your beliefs, your consent? They're respecting your consent to classify you as an object. And if people want to be nice to you, that's fine. I try to be nice to my objects. I try to tend towards them. But they're just objects. I could smash this whole computer right now if I want. That's my choice. So, and that's on you. They're not violating your consent in any way. You can whine and cry about it, but that's just displaying that you're the one being dishonest. You want us to treat you like a subject, but you want to have the right to treat everyone else like an object. And so we have every right to say, you don't belong in our society. You're a psychopath. Now you may not be like, you may not act like a psychopath, but that's just showing that you're inconsistent in your beliefs. Because your beliefs are psychopathic. You think we're all just objects, including yourself. Atheists, like I was, can be good people. Sorry about that, mate. I gotta get this book written, man, this paper published, man. I think it's a good argument. I don't really get people, so it's probably a terrible argument, but I think the world democracy of persons is pretty solid, actually. because it's just respecting your consent. And so if you cry like, no, we are all just objects, and be like, but you need to treat me like more than an object, that's just displaying that you're the one being inconsistent. That is what is meant by there are no real atheists. A real atheist would just sit in a field and waste away. Because you would have no Lord. That's the point. You would have no Lord. If you have you have nothing guiding your life. There's nothing pulling you to the next moment. That's your Lord. That's what we mean by your Lord. Your Kyrios is whatever is the intangible cause that is pulling you into the next moment in your phenomenological sense. Which could be, that's what I'm saying. This is what you'll start doing. You'll be like, it's just physics, but by that you mean like it's really valuable physics. Like it's just physics. Good. That's what you mean. That's where the inconsistency is starting from, is that you mean it's just physics. Good. But the good is supposed to be just implied. Just implied. Oh, it's just physics dragging you along. Okay, why do you eat food then? You know what I mean? Good, because it's good to keep being dragged along. But it doesn't work like that. That can, I mean, like, you know, if you're really, like, really intelligent, really morally strong, you have a lot of good circumstances in your life that haven't, like, beat you up too much, you know, that can work for you. You can be pulled along. You can be like, it's just physics. Even if when it's not working out for you, you know, you can be like, it's just a little bit of pain and I'll get through it. It's just physics, right? You can that can work for a lot of people, but it's just not going to work for most people. That's what you have to realize. It's just physics, because what they're going to hear is it's just physics, bad. It's just physics. You're alone in the world. It's just you and physics. And then physics becomes like your antagonist. And you're like, I'll fucking get you, physics. And even that, God will pull that along to the good. Even sometimes people are like, I'll fucking get you, physics. And then they invent something like the nuclear bomb that makes people like, oh, mutually assured destruction. So let's not have fucking gigantic major wars against major world powers anymore. Right? Like, God even drags that along to the good. I like smiling. sort of, yeah, the value field is like the blanket, you know, in the sense that we conceive of spirits like blankets with eye holes in them. You know, and we perceive that because we're perceiving something about the spirit, you know what I mean? And we're saying it's like as if it's a blanket with holes in it. It's not. But that's kind of, it's because we're seeing the value field that is the universal pervasiveness of God's kenotic act that allowed him to be classified as an object, such that through universality's ability to be particularized, we can find our particularization, or else we would immediately fold into the universality. Or you have to resort to some Maya, you know what I mean? You have to then, or you have to resort to, reality is your antagonist. You don't want reality to be your antagonist. You're not trying to conquer reality. That's bad. That's how you destroy things. The value of reality, the real reality, the ontological ground of reality is its ability to be valued. And that's what you're aiming for with the good. Its ability to be correctly valued. That's what that's what makes it get its worthship. That's why it's worthy of worthship. Because it has the ability to be correctly valued. That's why you can say everything can be worshipped. It's just, are you giving correct worship to the right objects? And the highest the real form of worship is to give your highest worship to the valuable cause behind reality itself, which is a being with a inner telos and has the kind of qualities that make it an end in itself. If it has the kind of qualities that make it an end in itself, you've already decided it's a person. You're just not calling it that because of the implications. Because it's better than you. It's obviously better than you. It's stronger than you. It's smarter than you. It's more valuable than you. It does more good things than you. What are the perfections? This is what got me, you know what I mean? They started talking about, like, what are the perfections? You know? And if those are real, then you've already decided some kind of God exists. You've at least accepted a polytheism of the particular perfections, and not their mereological synthesis in the good as being itself. Like, that's how God defines himself. His name is the good as being itself. It's El Elyon, or Yahweh, or Jesus, you know. God is giving you his name. He's trying to tell you about something with that. El Elyon, the Most High God, or, you know, God Most High, or God the Mighty One. Or Yahweh, that which is and will be. That him which is and will be. Or Jesus, which is Yahweh, is salvation. Him which is and will be is salvation. It's telling you pure being, or the cause behind being, or the ground of being, is a salvific thing that you can attune yourself to in a way that changes your life, radically transforms the way you relate to the world. Yeah, well, it's not a literal light cone for them, but they still have a relation cone. You know, they have a particularity cone. I was blown away by Gödel's ontological argument because, I didn't know that much about it at the time, so I don't know. I really haven't looked into it much more than this, but I'm just like, oh, math guy. So when he says the positive making properties, or however he phrases it, I'm like, I just thought about that in the math terms, and I was like, well, that is actually true. You do need to explain why are there two things? Like, why? We could say one, and that makes very easy sense to say one. It just kind of happens, That's a very easy thing to say. But then why is there two? Like, is that just a mere convention? And if there is two, what are the implications of that? Especially under materialism, where everything has to be embodied. So if there's like greater thanness at all, if in any way, if there's greater thanness to the universe, and that's a real thing, then there's a greatest thanness. At least especially if everything has to be embodied. Especially if everything has to be embodied, there's a greatest thanness. So your vulgar materialism doesn't escape theism. It just affirms polytheism if you're being consistent about it, because you're saying the greatest thanness, the perfections, are this and that, the particular perfections. Maybe just 2, 3, 4, maybe just that greater than this, or maybe just strength, like literal punch you in the face strength. Yeah, the universal kenotic act. I know what it was, dude. I know it's not like a universal experience. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that all spirits around the world are taken to be like ephemeral and breath-like and laying over us, you know what I mean? just is wrong. That's not the right way to put it. Yes, right. Because they're the angels and the demons, in some sense, are just at least, are, let's not say just, let's say, that's where you gotta switch it. Stop saying, oh, it's just this, it's just that. Say, it's at least this, it's at least that. The angels and the demons are at least, for example, the abstract universal that would pull you in the direction of being legion. You know what I mean? Which is not just a lot, but a lot as a invading, conquering force who will fucking crucify your entire village. Your entire city, if they need to. They'll crucify their own, like they regularly kill 1/10 of their own fucking people all the time. Or 1/100th, I mean, all the time. 1/10. I don't know. Decimate. They regularly decimate their own troops. They're fucking death gods themselves. But not the particulars of the Roman legion, but like the, what would make you want to be legion? Whatever that means. You know, the universal, abstract universal, where the particular legions find their own objectivity. I think the Son can actually, like, he has his real, Jesus Christ of Nazareth is God's real particularity. But God can, the Son in particular, can actually, like, let's imagine it all is a big circle. He can spin around all the light cones. You know what I mean? He can take on any one of those at any time. And you should be able to recognize that he's doing that because he'll be doing the will of the Father. Not in the sense of like he's like a new Jesus or anything, but he'll be drawing you to the body of Christ, the church. I'm not saying that. That's what the math says, you know? That's just what the math says. What entropy is that if there are many possible states, things will flatten over time, just because it's so much more likely for them to do that. And if there's not time, then there's not many possible states, so then it doesn't apply. It's all an illusion. That's what you gotta ask yourself. This is what I'm circling around. It's all, it may seem scatterbrained, but it's all the same thing. Is reality an illusion? Is reality playing a trick on you? Is it your antagonist? Or is it your friend? Is it your lover in some sense? Is it your, like, you know, platonic love, you know? Is it your husband? Is it your respected teacher, your Lord in a good way? And if you can get there, you can say, you can, this is just my opinion, I'm not speaking for the church or anything, but you can get there. You can get there through the just. You can start with the, oh, it's just physics, good. But if you want that, just that overwhelming sense of peace and gratitude and love, and I'm going to cry because it's just so valuable to me. If you want to experience that, you need to find a radical humility from your point of view. That you might just be the most evil creature on the planet that ever existed. That might be where you need to go, actually. I'm not saying that you have to think you are, but you need to like really existentially, phenomenologically consider yourself the most evil being to have ever existed. And then you can finally see how much you need a savior, right? You just gotta ultimately what you gotta do is get out of the mindset where you're gonna be like, why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? What's this? What's that? What's this? Who would want to hang out with you? Who really think about that? Who would want to hang out with you if you were just constantly like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? What's this? I would have done this. I would have done that. Nobody would want to hang out with you if you're doing that. Like here's a thought I just had. Okay, so people see the ontological argument. It's just your normal fucking 110 IQ normie fucking probably a liberal. At least a classical liberal, you know? At least probably some kind of liberal. And they see the ontological argument. So they approach it and they're like, I represent the tradition of Aristotle, the rationalists. I represent the rational tradition extending all the way back to Aristotle, maybe even Plato. And then someone's like, hey, I got this fucking argument that kind of looks stupid. And they're like, that's fucking stupid. You should never even consider that. Meanwhile, the whole Aristotelian definition of intelligence is that you should consider that, actually. That might actually be the best argument for God. And it is, actually. Because that's what I'm saying. Once you realize that being is necessary, once you get to necessary being, even if you don't call it God yet, you're at that point you're either equivocating that it's God, or you're saying it's bad and it's your antagonist, right? That's what I'm saying. This is all the same thing. All this, is there multiple objects or not type, all this stuff. It's all the same thing. Once you realize that being is a being and being is a necessary being, if you think it's a good thing, you're equivocating there. You're already equivocating. You're already saying it's a being of intrinsic value. All of reality is pervaded by a being of intrinsic value. Well, that is theism. That just is theism, whether you like it or not. That just is a theism. So if you're not saying that being is a being of intrinsic value, you're either denying the mereological synthesis of all reality, or you're saying the mereological synthesis of all reality is bad, right? It's your antagonist. It's something you need to conquer or escape. If you can't conquer it, then you need to escape. And escaping reality is bad. That's bad, actually. You shouldn't do that. I mean, a little bit. I'm going to escape reality right now because my reality is being way too hyper, way too persistent. I gotta calm myself down, you know. But that's because I'm subject to all this sin, which is the entropy of the universe. You know, to me, that's just a cigarette. I've quit many, many times for a year or more. I know the last time was at least a year because I had a status that said, well, it's been a year, I hadn't done that or masturbated, and nothing had changed. So, that's why I can confidently say that I am not approaching that in a state of mortal sin. Because to me, it's just this. And hopefully this and the other ones that I'm supposed to get will help me not need that anymore. And you could say need, oh, that's your Lord, but then you're a Gnostic. Sorry if it seems like I'm going all over the place, but these things are not all over the place at all. If you say, oh, then that's your Lord, that's saying, because it's my medicine, that's saying that the world is bad, right? That's like, oh, you're a spirit trapped in a body because the world is bad, the flesh is bad. You know, that's a Gnosticism. Your ontology your unspoken ontology will decide. That's what I'm saying. If you decide the world is valuable, if that's the center of your being, then your choices will reflect a long-term choice towards more life, more being, more happiness, more creativity. It'll trend that way over time because the center that you're rotating around is value. And if it's non-value, if the center you're rotating around is non-value, then you will tend towards destruction, chaos, death, decay, things like that. And that's how you decide if that's your Lord or not, right? A medicine is a part of the world, and God declared the world good. A medicine is fine. But is your spirit being pulled towards the long-term being as the most high value, or towards entropy, chaos, death, destruction, right? That's the whole thing. And we teach that it's very possible that even if you're not Catholic, you may impress God so much with your ability to tend towards His plans, you know what I mean? For the good. You may impress Him so much that He adopts you into the kingdom. You know, in some sense, that's what He did to David, even though He decreed that covenant since the beginning of time. But it's still, in some sense, you know, it's because of how much He knew He was going to platonically love David. So, you can, even if you're not Catholic. But you're probably going to be like, that's really stress-inducing. Sometimes we all feel like a piece of crap, and we all know we're not perfect. And if you think you're perfect, then you're exactly wrong. So, especially if you think, oh, well, all my bad actions are just the illusion of imperfection. I'm really perfect. Actually. We don't fuck with that. We don't screw with that around here. We don't do that around here. My bad acts are bad, and I am sorry for them. As far as I can be. As far as I can sincerely be repentful of my bad actions. I am really repentful of my bad actions. Yes. And this is very important. This is very important. This will decide if you worship Adonai or if you worship Baal in a real sense. Because this will tell you if when it says God willingly killed the son, if you're imagining that as God as like this just machine just crushing the sinners just like a machine would, and he's like, yes, I love doing this, this is my justice, ha 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 ha. And then the son comes along and he's like, you too, punk. That's bad. That is terrifying. That's not the good kind of fear of the Lord. You want to fear that the Lord will say, depart from me, I never knew ye. Right? Not like, I'll kill you. If that's how you perceive your father, that's probably not good. If that's how your father's acting towards you, that's really not good. The way I perceive it is that. And so we want to exist. This is how I explain it. We want to exist, and entropy is like it's like I don't want to explain it that way. I mean, I've explained it that way before, but I saw the flaw. Because I don't think God is like just pointing a gun at everything like, oh, kill everybody. Excuse my language. But it's like as if there is a gun pointed at you. That's when you decide, I want to exist. And that's something other than God's choice, right? That's two possible states. There's God's act, and now there's your act, right? That's two possible states. I don't want to say choice because in our modern synthesis that would mean, that God, we already assume the determinism because of the science, you know what I mean? So that, anyway. But it's like this gun that's pointed at you, right? It's a gun you pointed at yourself because you were like, I want to exist. And that necessitates acts different than God's acts. Like, it's just what it means for you to exist. And that creates the entropy, which is the gun you pointed at yourself. And the Son is the same particularity of God that you share, that allows you to be you. God takes on that, and he says, I'm going to step in front of that for them, right? I'm going to take that on for them instead, because he loves us that much, right? And that's why the Father is pleased to crush the Son, not because he's like, I'm the death god. That's not why he's pleased to crush the Son. He's pleased to crush the Son for the same reason you would be if you were watching war footage and your son jumped in front of a bullet for one of his friends. You'd be sad, you would be crushed yourself, but you'd be like, damn, I raised a good boy. You know what I mean? Like, God, I'm gonna fucking cry. Excuse my language. It's just so beautiful. It's just so beautiful. And if that doesn't make any sense to you and I look ridiculous for crying, that's part of the problem. Like, in some sense, religious language it's like an inversion of Aristotelian logic, but not in a bad way. In the way that Aristotle says that intelligence is the ability to take on any argument and to consider any argument without believing it. In some sense, religious language is having the credulousness to believe any argument without taking it on, you know what I mean? Or without considering it, right? So instead of considering any argument without believing it, you're believing any argument without considering it. But not in a bad, I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that, like, it's an extension of charity to the other person. Religious language is an extension of charity from me to you. It may not appear that way, but that's because your entropic, solid, particular, scientific, logical mind doesn't want it to be that way. It doesn't want the universals to be real, because it wants to have its own actions. You intrinsically want to have your own actions. God wants this, and you want that, just by nature, unless you're doing the good, and that's when you're going like this, right? But your natural inclination is always just because you just wouldn't want to exist otherwise. If you always wanted to be like this, and that's in heaven, you will have been cleared of any idea where because you want to do this means you have to do that. Instead, you can want to do this all you want and realize that this is actually the good. God becomes your Adonai, not your Baal. God becomes your respected teacher, your platonic lover, not your slave master. That's why I reject Calvinism. Now, I told God I would become a Calvinist if that's what the Holy Spirit told me to do. But I reject Calvinism because to me it is the same thing as Baal worship. I see Calvinists as Baal worshippers. Now, I don't mean that uncharitably. I don't mean that I know they're going to hell or anything like that. I could be the one who's totally wrong. I just mean that that's how they're perceiving the lordship, the Kyrios of God, is as, I will crush my enemies. Now, what the liberals do, what the eunuchs do, what the eunuch class does, the feminist class does, no offense if you thought I was your friend, is, I mean, I am, but just forgive my language, really, is, they go the entire opposite way, and they're like, they get this idea that you can never crush your enemies, but that's a wrong way to relate to the good. Like, if I had a destroy everything everywhere all the time forever button, let's say you don't value being, so I just had a eternal, universally pervasive pain and misery and agony and crying for everybody, bad crying for everybody all the time button. Either whichever one of those is the worst one to you. Or both. Insofar as that's possible. And I'm like, kill me, fucking kill me before I can do that, or you're a bad person. You know what I mean? Like, that, I believe that killing me is still a bad action. You know, if there's any other way to do it, don't kill me. But if that's what you have to do, that's what a good person would do. A good person would even kill his firstborn son if the existence of his firstborn son would destroy everything forever, or create eternal agony forever. A good person would destroy even that for the good. If you really truly believe in the good, you would sacrifice all the bads, even the little teeny ones, even the teeny tiny. You would rather do the good than stub your toe if your stubbed toe is a bad. If you really, truly, really believed in the good. That's the whole point. This is why I'm a Catholic, is because nothing makes sense of the world like the apostolic faith of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. But nothing even comes close. I have another paper, maybe we'll go through one day, about how I think that Jesus very perfectly and easily is the fulfillment of even like Buddhism, and it just maps very easily right on top of it, without very many assumptions, except the one minor disagreement I have with Buddhism, that to their credit, they didn't create an idol out of the kenosis that they experience. Most of them, to their credit. And that the Catholic Church, the apostolic churches, in my opinion, insofar as, you know, they do have apostolic authority, God gave us that because you're going to be worried. You're always going to be worried. Fuck, shit. Excuse my language, sorry. I'm not very good at this. You're always going to be worried, like, oh, crap. Am I a terrible person? Man, I mess up a lot. You know, you're just always going to be worried about that. And you know what you can do instead? You can just practice unity in a formal institution and be assured. And as long as you're not excommunicated, then you know. You know what I mean? Like, you know. And people can be like, how do you know you're not in a state of mortal sin? And you know, like, you should go to confession regularly, but how often are you really being like, this is a very bad thing that I'm about to do, and I know it's a very bad thing I'm about to do, and I'm gonna do it anyway. How often are you really doing that? Hopefully not, like, hopefully not more than once a week. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of times in your life to be like, this is a very bad thing, and I know it is very bad, and I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't know, that's not happening to me all the time. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, right? So I go a lot, but well, I don't go as much as I should. Thank you, Lord. But, you know, I go enough to know that I am not, in my heart, I believe I am not eating the cup in vain, you know, eating from the cup in vain. It's really not that hard, is my point. It's not. If it's a burden on you, that's, you know, I think you just need to, like, take a step back and consider what you mean by that. What's the burden on you? I don't know, maybe I'm trying to get away with something. Because it's like, you know, I do some actions, right? Like that. I don't know. That's a whole other discussion about the law and grace. I don't reject panentheism, as long as it's, I mean, you know, Scripture says God makes even the grass grow, I believe, somewhere. No, the mereological synthesis is precisely that. entropy is already there if you have the two possible states. You want this, right? God wants this, you want this. The good is this, though. And you go, does God want it? Because I do. Morality just is that which you should follow if it is correct. You know what I mean? Like, it just is the dictates of a competent authority. Even if the authority is abstract and impersonal, morality just is recognizing the good and following the good. What, baby boy? What are you doing? Scaredy cat. We think he got attacked by birds or something. I don't want to respond to that because you don't listen to the thing I have to say. Yeah, I've said that many times. Many times. My anger is a lot, but it's like that. And then I'm like, oh, I value life more than anger. Yeah. So, from his perspective, at least from the Father's perspective in some sense, the crucifixion happens at the beginning of time. I forgot where I was going there. exactly. Right. It's not thermodynamic entropy, but there's still Shannon entropy there. Yeah, exactly. Yep, that right there. Right there, right there. And if you're really a scientismist, I believe that I have a theory that might be testable. I don't know. You know, I don't know how to know if it's testable, because I need to better understand the physics, not the metaphysics of it all. But what's the best way to put it? It doesn't sneak in, as far as I can tell, it doesn't sneak in any non-physicalist assumptions. Because I don't know what supernatural means myself. It's just my position. You know what I mean? I know God on a personal level, but I don't understand what the term supernatural means. You know, like, to me, the natural is it's like the term reality, right? Or existence. You know, it's already like presupposed in everything. Lamb of God, Logos slain at creation, right? Logos slain at creation. The rationality is already there, right? It's already value mappability in a accurate way. That's what makes non-being not real, because sure, you can map it with a value. You can say the word non-being, you map it with that value, and then there's no accuracy there. There's literally zero accuracy there. It has no coherence to what it's trying to point at. It only exists in your mind. It only exists in your mind. It only exists in your mind insofar as God decided to also think of that so that you could. Because what you're thinking of is not God, which should terrify you. That's the beginning of wisdom, right? I handle that. I don't need your help there. Not right now. Hello?
Hello. Hey, did you go and get Nico's dog food from the store?
No.
I thought I saw it in the living room.
I went and got another one.
Oh, you went and bought another one?
They're only like $7 or something.
Yeah.
These aren't theirs.
Those are what?
Those are too big.
Those are the ones that they had.
Yeah, these are theirs. These look like theirs, but they're gigantic.
Yeah, they were bought. Well, Grandma bought a thing of it, so.
What is the dealio here?
I don't know. We'll have to break all of them up.
Yeah, we're gonna have to break them all. It looks like theirs.
Alright, well, I just wanted to ask because she bought another thing of it.
I don't see it. They don't want
She's just gonna give it to her dogs.
Okay.
Alrighty, I love you.
I love you.
If they won't eat it, then I'll just give it to you guys.
Yep. Alright, bye. I'll see you when I get home. I'll be home in a few minutes.
Alright, I love you.
I love you.
Bye.
Bye.
At least I think that's what it's saying. What's it saying? EM. Metaphysical entropy greater than 0 therefore but no thermodynamic entropy. I got it. Yeah, well, right. Even if it's abstract, it's still got Shannon style entropy, where a triangle is just, you know, it's the most simple way to do a certain thing. You know, a circle is the most simple way to, or maybe the only way to perfectly cover an area, or I forget how they define it. Because I didn't get there from the maths. I forget how they define it, but the triangle is the smallest space you can cover in a real shape or something like that. And a circle is all equidistant. You know, it covers a certain amount of area the right. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up again. But they're just the most simple ways of doing things. Even the golden ratio is just probably the most simple way of having something that's like receiving. It's like something like receiving the most like pulsating energy. You know what I mean? I need to just write the book. It's all very simple. You know, it all circles around one question. Are there many objects, or is there just the one big object? If there's just the one big object, what do you mean by objectivity? Like, how does, you know, it's the same old question. How does motion happen? If it's all the one big object, how is there change? How is there differentiation? If, you know, if it's all just the one big object, you're sort of all, you're not necessarily, but you're very heavily already committed to some kind of illusion. You know, oh, what if it's all a simulation? Well, that wouldn't make it less real. Like, okay, then the simulation is real. If there's not, if there is many objects, then what is separating them and what is connecting them? You know, that's my next argument. I just thought of this the other day. Is so you have all these, you have two objects at least, right? You know what I mean? Okay, so like maybe the two objects can interact in objective and non-objective ways, and that can change constantly or something, right? But then that's about all the further you can take it. Once you start adding like, so there you're at me and the world, and once you start adding like the table, the microwave, particle, or even just particles or anything like that, and my perception of them, and now there's 3 particles, and the consistency that these would relate in any consistent way, not very likely. You add another item, it's even less likely. You add another item, it's even less likely. And it just keeps getting exponentially more unlikely that things would work in consistent and coherent ways. So why would they do that? Again, you're at an illusion. Is it an illusion? Is all this objectivity just a big illusion? How do you relate to reality such that your life is directed by that goal, right? That's the question. How do you relate to reality such that your life is directed by that goal? Oh, that's fucking moldy. How? Those are fucking brand new. Just eat around it. Oh, then you know how mushrooms work. Although I've ate around it. I used to eat around it regularly. Maybe regularly is a stretch. Yeah, which is the real case. You know what I mean? Like, when we reach the state of maximum entropy, that looks just same as minimum entropy. Because reality has no entropy. It doesn't experience that. It did experience that at the crucifixion. That's why we can experience that. And in some sense, in the block universe sense, you know, it's experiencing that all the time. But God is Jesus. From God's perspective, you know, he interacts with the world like an author, but he is also the main character. He's a self-insert. And he self-inserted to be like, God damn, I love these people. They're so awesome. Like David, Mary, the apostles. That was the whole reason. He was like, wow, I just really love these people, especially like David and Mary. he's surveying the vast landscape of possible universes or whatever. It's just an analogy, right? It's like, dang, these two people, this guy, he's kind of sometimes he's not thinking correctly, but whew, he really loves me a lot. I love that about him. I'm not saying I know God's motivation. I'm saying it's an analogy. He's looking at Mary. He's like, wow, this woman is really obedient to the good. She sees the good and she's like, I'll do whatever you say. Holy crap, I'll do whatever you say. I really love that. That inspires me. Insofar as being inspired as a perfection. I'd love for that woman to be my mother without defilement. The Trinity ends up being, even if you're a strict materialist, even if you don't get to God, a Trinitarian ontology ends up being the only way to explain multiplicity without blowing up into infinite, just unexplainability, just fucking chaos. Guess I should have a fork. See, I say that's not Jesus. Jesus might be pure act. I don't think I agree that God is pure act. We gotta rearrange things here. It's probably my disability that makes me even do something stupid like this in the first place. I should probably be like, this isn't, just take a fucking break and eat your goddamn and watch a video or something. Alright, well, that's what we'll do. We'll make this last response here and then we'll go watch a video. So, I think Jesus might be pure act, but I don't think it's strictly right to say God's essence is action. It is gonna tell me it makes sense, and he's gonna tell me it's fucking brilliant, but then he might give a little bit of pushback. She, he, she, it. Then it might give a little bit of pushback. I don't think that's right, though. There's infinite potency in God. God has infinite potency. I don't know if that's correct, you know, like, strictly speaking. Yes, right. Yes, right. Yeah. Yeah. That's even why I think God chose to, through the Jews and their God is the Most High God who is pure being ontology, then into the Greek. You know, this is part of the reason why it happened that way. And then into the Greek where you know, he can use God is salvation. He can tell you in that terminology. So they had already understood the Most High God who is pure being is your salvation. But they just called it the Most High God who is pure being. And then in the Greek era, he reaffirms that Yah is salvation. Yahweh is the eternal canonic act through which anything finds its real, persistent value. Jesus can deliberate. The Logos can deliberate. That's how he gets his role. That's how God gets his role as a judge, you know? That's what it means for a thing to be of value, is to be judgeable. So I don't know about that either. Again, I submit to the church, but it seems like to me, just as I think about God, non-dogmatically, just in my phenomenological, modernist, I can do whatever I want understanding, you know, I think the Orthodox are way more, you know, they are a fine, I don't think you have to contradict Thomism, but I don't know enough about it, but I think that the essence energy's distinction is definitely on to something, and that pure act did open the door for God to become the God of the philosophers, and then secularism descended from that. And I think secularism will have been a good thing in the long history of the world, but the materialist atheism that came out of that, you know, we're seeing it just now reach fruition, and it's fucking, excuse my language, it's terrible. It's terrible, it's painful, it's annoying. Our good acts are our participation in God's consent. That's what it means to be a person. That's what it means to be a person. is to consent. Well, it means to be a being of intrinsic value, but that shares an identical indistinction with consent. There you go. I like that. Yep. Because he has his two natures. Because he is also the Father in some sense. You know, they have real distinction, but there is one God without contradiction. And that's the only way. You're like, it doesn't make any sense, but it's actually it's like the only way, if you're properly thinking about it, it's the most simple at least, but it's really the only way to get multiple objects in the loosest sense, objects, multiple possible worlds without just blowing up into Maya, into illusion. We don't want to live under illusions, you know what I mean? And we're not a spirit trapped in a body. We don't want to escape reality. We don't want to escape the physical world. We know God will redeem the physical world because he declared it good.
In the Old Testament help me. I appreciate that. I need to update that. It's a very old video. But yeah, I appreciate it. So it's not like I'm underfunded. It's my editor. I was working with a guy and I was like, it'd be great to bring you on full time one day when we have the funds. His name is Aaron. Well, we just found out in like November he was losing his full-time job. And for those who don't know, he's got 5 kids. And he's like, is there any way you could just hire me full-time now? So the past month we've really been picking up, like trying to get more funding. Hey guys, could you help us out here? Because it's a win-win. We'll get him to be on full-time. He'll be able to make more high-quality videos. I won't have to keep working 12-hour days. That'll be nice. And you guys will get a bunch of high-quality videos. So if anyone can help donate, just go to inspiringphilosophy.org/give and help us get funded so Aaron can have a job. So
those 12-hour days, aren't they nice? Aren't they nice, Michael?
Oh, totally. So, all right, let's get back to this video because we've been off it for a while.
Thirdly, 17 characters in Genesis have names compounded with L, such as Bethel, while there are no names that contain Yahweh. And interestingly, there is also one name compounded with Baal, namely Benjamin's son, Ashbal, which is curious since Baal would later be recognized as one of the false gods by the Israelis.
So, Joel, he seems to think Baal is the name. He seems to think Baal is
before you get there, he just said Israelis. That's not how you refer to ancient Israelites.
I know.
Israelis is a modern term.
I was going to give him a pass there. I just thought maybe you misspoke, but you're like,
it's written no, we're on going screen. Yeah, so I mean, go ahead. Oh no, I was just going to say that's a telltale sign that somebody's not particularly engaged with the literature, because no one, and literally no one, says Israelis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he also seems to think Baal is a name. Baal is a title for the god Hadad, typically. Sometimes it's for other gods, but when we typically see Baal in the Bible, that's a title for him, actually. Right. And it just means Lord in Hebrew, like Hosea 2:16 points out. Baal is not his name. So when you see Baal names, that doesn't mean they're referring to Hadad necessarily.
What does Hadad mean?
Yeah, that was an odd argument. I'm not sure where he got that from.
Trying to eat my food here. Michael, I believe. What's the quat mean? Yeah, but what's it mean? You know I want to know what it means. Oh. Well, that's just made up then. Don't kill me. I'm still, you know. I don't read the Bible enough then. I gotta read the Bible more. I was reading it every day. But then I started driving people and then I just didn't have the time anymore. Like, I didn't have, like, rest time at work. My Bible's in my car. I have one right there, though. I want to start reading it every morning. Just keep forgetting. shit. Kind of annoying. Surrounded. That's what I mean. Yeah. That's what I mean. What's up?
The humidity.
What you drinking?
The monster.
Oh, yeah.
It's a new one. You want to try it?
Sure.
Viking berry. It's actually really, really good.
It just looked cool.
Oh, it's cool looking. That's pretty
Yeah.
Look at the little sky guy on
Oh, it
it.
does look cool as fuck.
Right?
Little wolf guy.
Uh-huh.
Heck
It's
yeah.
pretty tasty. Oh, good. You're eating it. Grandpa said something to me about this. He's like, so, you guys eating that cantaloupe and that corn? I'm like,
Yeah, you want some corn? I'll make it right now if you want some.
I'll take a piece.
Yeah, all
Derek
right.
will take a piece too.
Okay.
I was like, I don't know how to make it, or I would have. And she told me how to make it. And I was like, oh,
How
okay,
do you
I'll
make
make
it?
some. She said you have to salted water, boil it, and then put the corn in, and then boil it again for like 10 minutes. I don't think you boil the water first. I think you just salt it,
Yeah, I think you're
and
right.
then you put it in, and then wait for it to boil
For 10 minutes.
for like 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
She gave us some butterfly popcorn shrimp, butterfly shrimp,
Oh, yeah.
and then
Got some
some
bagels.
bagels,
Nice. And some
blueberry
cream cheese.
bagels. I don't know why she didn't eat them. I guess they're hurting her stomach. One of the two things that I have in my hands are hurting her stomach.
She has eaten too much bread over the years and not enough milk, and her gut biome can't handle it.
You keep trying to tell her.
You gotta eat. I mean, she eats a lot of ice cream, I guess, but not enough. You know, drink some milk. She needs liquid milk in her stomach. Liquid milk. It's good for you. If you're Northern European.
The giant eagle down by Grandma's.
Even if you're not, drink more then. Just keep drinking it. Keep drinking more. What?
The giant eagle down by Grandma's had plastic buggies.
I know, I like them.
They're so cool. Are they at ours too?
No.
The plastic ones?
No.
They need to.
I know.
Because they're quiet. The plastic ones are quiet. It's smoother on the floor. Oh, it's so nice pushing that buggy around.
Yep, I agree.
It's comfortable for your arms and it has 2 cup holders. Like, come on. That's awesome. Hey, baby.
Ugh. That makes sense. To be sharp, sharpened iron. The spear. So the best way for a modern, I'm betting, it's just my initial guess, you know, I'd have to look into it more or whatever. But not spelled similar. Spelled. Hey, Dad. Yeah.
Grandma bought me a couple of hats because I ran out and thankfully she said she'd get rid of them. These are $10 at Giant Eagle and they're $5 at Dollar General.
Really?
Yes.
I know. Yeah, don't get anything at Giant Eagle off sale, but don't get anything but food at Giant Eagle.
I know. She is fast, and that's the places she sent me, so I asked her if I could just grab them while I was there.
Oh.
I don't really
I
have
got
enough
ya.
money to get them for myself, so she got them for me. I only have one more nail until she starts actually paying me to do her nails. If that makes sense. Because she paid for my phone, so instead of me actually giving her the money, she just told me to do her nails a bunch of times
Right.
to add up to $150. And I have one more either doing her toes or her fingers, and then I will be getting paid after that to do her nails.
Okay.
I'm excited.
Get some more customers too.
I thought about it because I have it all like set up upstairs,
Might
but
as
I
well.
need to buy more nail supplies first. Like I need more brushes to do good designs. I need more wipes for alcohol. Like
Well, you just charge.
Cleaning
You
and
just
stuff.
charge less than those places for a simple.
right, and then I use
Until
that
you have
money
made
to
enough.
go and get
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about it. I'm gonna do a couple of the girls that I work with at Dunkin'. A couple of them have seen my nails that I've done at work, and
And
are
they
like,
like
"Oh, I
'em."
want you to do my nails. You should do mine too." I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah. Just tell them you
Just
gotta
tell
buy
'em
supplies and stuff. You know, can't run it like a charity.
Yep. Just, I'm gonna be like, all right, you want your nails done? Go get me a pack of Q-tips, some wipes, and some alcohol.
If
and
they
can
want
get
you,
'em done.
tell them if they want you to run it like a charity, then they need to donate to the charity until there's enough money for you to do it as a
Right.
charity.
Derek and I will both have one corn on the cob. I'm okay. I'm not a cantaloupe person. I don't know. I don't know if he likes cantaloupe. Baby, come here.
No, just ask him.
Baby, come here real quick.
I was using a fork and a knife.
Oh, is it not come out very well?
Well, just a lot easier that way.
You like cantaloupe?
It's very fleshy.
You want some? You might eat it before it goes dry. You want me to cut you a few pieces?
Interesting.
Oh my gosh, it's so juicy. When did you guys go to the
Oh, we
farmers
didn't.
market?
I didn't go with him.
Oh. He didn't tell me. He's such a turd.
You want to go this weekend to
Yes.
the farmers market?
Oh, I meant like the Amish place.
Well, that's where they went because I didn't go to the farmers market with them.
Oh, okay.
Or
Then
the-
yeah.
Not the farmers,
Is this good, baby, or do you want more?
Hartford flea market, farmers market thing, the big one.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Here, are you still munching on this? Let me give you your cantaloupe back. Here you go. It's juicy.
No, you can put it back in the bag and put it away.
What bag? Did you not know it was in there?
Right past it.
Here? Wrapping this up just reminded me of like the videos that I'd be seeing of people who will cut a watermelon in half and wrap it like this and then stick it so they can act like they're pregnant.
Oh boy.
Like pregnant wives will do it to their husbands so that way they can have effect of like what it feels like to be pregnant
Oh,
and
yeah.
have to bend over and tie your shoes with a big old lump in your way.
I bet it's pretty tough.
Oh my goodness. I don't want it. I don't want it yet. It's scary.
Oh, okay. So it's Awed. Oh, we don't know linear B, do we? We can't speak linear B, can we? Because we would call it something. I really reject polytheism as a term. He's called Zeus. Underworld Zeus. People who hate fucking leg shakers be watching me like, bro, you have been fucking shaking both legs for 3 fucking hours, dude. Does it ever stop? No, it don't ever stop, dude. If it does stop, I'm probably making it stop. Or I'm just sitting in a really good way. Like here, like my legs aren't supported by my toes or whatever. So then I'll find something else to do. Yeah, see? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Blacksmith. Right? These are all archetypes that are pre-existent in the human mind. Find out the languages. Really? And they're always... So I'm thinking Bal Hadad is the theization, the deization or deification, not in a real sense, but like the idolatry of the spear. You know what I mean? The archetype of the spear that pierces Christ, turned into an idol. In order to turn it into an idol, you have to steal parts of the gospel and put it on that God who doesn't persist. All the things are there, right? You have the fucking spear of chaos, you know, the thunderer, you have the Trinity, you have the temple, you have the harrowing of hell. What are you doing, Pooh Bear? What are you doing? You want it? made up bullshit. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying that's made up bullshit. I'm not saying it's bullshit. That's probably harsh, but that's completely made up. That's completely made up. Yup. Yep. The triads are fucking all over the place. They would have took over this culture, probably, and displaced it. Yeah, this is what I'm saying right here. This is what I'm saying right here. And probably the Trinity. This combination of these two. This is where the Trinity, we'll find the Trinity coming from, the triadic council coming from, and this is where we'll find why syncretism exists. back into the right place. No, what's the other one? Gobekli Tepe. Well, no shit. I'm way down.
eating lunch. One might think that if God is omniscient, then he can't learn anything new, because to be omniscient is to know all truth. It's to know all the facts there are. But in fact, an omniscient being can learn things that are new if he is in time. If God is in time, then at any particular moment of time, he knows all the truths that there are at that moment. But if truth changes over time, then God's knowledge will change over time as well. So to illustrate, say at a certain moment, God knows that Bill Craig is now eating lunch. But in a few moments, he will no longer know that because Bill Craig is not eating lunch at that moment. He will now know Bill Craig is resuming his study,
And he also tries to say say this is something I always wanted to ask you on. So it is true that we don't see a lot of Yahwistic names in Israel's early history. That we do see some occasionally, like Genesis 2:22 mentions the place Yahweh Yirel, I believe is how it's pronounced, where Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac and God's prevent him. Yeah, that's a Yahwistic name early on.
Yeah.
I wasn't. By the way, I've always understood this is that maybe because it's Trygve Medinger and other scholars have argued that Yahweh was a verbal form name, represented a statement, I will be that I will be. That would would expect that would have changed over time with languages until it became more solidified as Yahweh later on. So they may have had another earlier way to represent that phrase, that specific divine name, until it became more solidified in the later Hebrew texts. So I don't know if that really is a big argument against the Yahwistic worship, given the nature of the name and what Exodus 3 tells us about it. Mark Smith even alludes to this a little bit in his book God in Translation, that maybe that name had more of like a fluid approach, because you were basically trying to say the phrase or use a name represented the phrase I will be that I will be. And given language changes, Abraham's not speaking Hebrew, there would have been different ways to represent that before it became solidified as a Yahwistic, as Yahweh later on. But I'm not sure. That's just an hypothesis I have. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I was just looking at the text. So it's Yahweh Yireh. So Yahweh sees or Yahweh provides would be different ways to say that one. In Genesis, I think you said it's Genesis 22, verse 14. So that's at least one strike against what he's saying here, that there's no names. Well, no, there is a name in Genesis 22:14, Yahweh Yireh. So that's something to be said. When it comes to the way that Yahweh developed over time, that's a really complex question.
Absolutely.
There's debate. There's no actual agreement, as far as I'm aware, as to the origins and even what the verbal root is behind the name. There are basically just theories. Actually, let me just go by memory here. I could pull it up, but I won't. Essentially, in earlier Canaanite, you're gonna get Hawaii. It's different than Haya is the verb for to be in Hebrew, but Hawaii, it would be in earlier Canaanite. And so when you create he will be what he will be, or I will be what I will be, but so he will be is actually Yahweh is based off of a third person, a grammatical form, whereas I will be is obviously first person. So Yahweh is based off the third person, and so you would get in Hebrew you get Yehyeh, which doesn't sound like Yahweh. But if you go back into Canaanite, into this earlier dialect, you would get Yahweh or Yahweh or something.
Yeah.
And so there's even that the it's different earlier on if you're going to go back, and it would make more sense with the Yahweh name than it would in later Hebrew. And so that's one thing to consider. Even the earlier dialect would sound different, would have different vowels, and even different consonants for that matter. For the verb to be. So if you want to do that, but at the same time, we're not even sure if the verb to be is the right one. It could also be actually related to rainfall, I think, as well. One who causes rain or something like that in an earlier time. And so it's just up for debate. And so to then make a claim on vocalization, I'm not exactly sure Smith's argument that you're making, but to make any claims on vocalization is then very difficult and suspect, in my opinion, because it's already no one's agreeing on the original here. So how do we then create a tree moving downward of how things change? But maybe I'm misunderstanding the argument as well.
No, yeah, I totally agree. I tend to favor the I will be that I will be origin, because at least we have a text, Exodus 6:3, saying that is the origin. So I think it's just in terms of parsimony, I tend to favor that one just from the text. But yeah, there's plenty of possibilities. And there may also been a cultural shift. We see people may not have thought they could use that very secret Israelite name for name constructions yet, because it was still considered to be maybe like mostly known among the priests or the Levites, and it wasn't well known yet, or there's all sorts of possibilities here. And to just say, well, it didn't come out till later, I think is kind of a conjecture. There's a lot of pushback on that as well, I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
All right,
I agree. Yeah, it's just unclear. You also have the causative as well, right? So if you wanted to go causative to make it more like Yahweh, in Hebrew and not in earlier like Canaanite dialects, you could make it a causative. So instead of Yahweh, it'd be Yahweh, or Yahweh, Yahweh, and so then you could also get the name. So he will cause to be, or he will do what he will do. He will bring forth what he will bring forth. Which some people also make that argument for the name. So again, it's very much convoluted. But in the text itself, you get so that's like origins going way back. In the text of Exodus, it's something to do with being. It's not to do with rain or anything like that. It is something to do in the book of Exodus. This is being used to talk about either I will be what I'll be, as in watch what I'll be. It's up to me what I'll be, or I will do what I will do. Will cause to be what I will cause to be. Like see what I do. I think those are kind of your live options in the book of Exodus. But then the actual like going outside of that, there's another debate as to like what this could be, or the original form of this word. Way back. Yeah.
All right, let's continue on. I'll play this next section and then we'll stop.
We know about the Canaanite pantheon mainly from a number of texts on clay tablets from the 13th to 12th century BC, found in the city of Urugit in northern Syria. Among these texts, we have found the Baal cycle, which describes a myth about the thunder god Baal. In the most memorable part of the Baal cycle, Baal was killed by Mot, the god of death, and then descended into the underworld. Being a weather god, the death of Baal was interpreted as the start of the summer drought season. And El, we read, the father of both Baal and Mot, mourned his death. The goddess Anat, Baal's sister, eventually found his body and buried him, and then went on to kill Mot in order to release Baal from the underworld. And interestingly, the killing of Mot was stated in agricultural terms. We read, with a sword she splits him, with a sieve she winnows him, with a fire she burns him, with millstones she grinds him, in a field she sows him. Then we read, El had a dream in which the heavens rained down, which meant that Baal, the god of rain, had resurrected. Anat then found him, and he returned to his throne in his beautiful palace.
So here's the problem with this section is I did a lot of research on the Baal cycle a couple years ago when I did a video titled Jesus versus Baal. He's making it like, yeah, everyone just knows Baal dies and resurrects in this text. That's a big debate. Some say that he does, like Trigway Manager. Some say, no, what happens is that Mot kills a substitute and Baal just disappears. And some like Mark Smith say, no, none of that. Baal is not a dying and rising god. He's just a disappearing god. In fact, there was a inscription in Arabic from, I believe, the 1st century AD that was published a couple, like about a decade or so ago. But it says, it's alluding to the Baal cycle, and it says, Mot has celebrated a feast, the scorner eats, established in the succession of his nights and days, and behold, Baal is cut off indeed, but not dead. So we have this much, much later inscription, which seems to be referring to the Baal cycle, but it says Baal is not dead. The main problem that people don't realize is that the Baal cycle that we have is fragmented. The part where he fights Mot, that's missing. It's like Baal just descending to the underworld to fight Mot, missing. And then we come back and the gods are lamenting. Baal is dead. And scholars like Mark Smith have argued that they're just mistaken. Baal isn't dead. He's more like Hittite storm deities that disappear. So the gods just are mistaken. And Mark Smith is right. It never says Baal resurrects. It just says Baal is alive. So maybe the gods were mistaken and they realized he was alive. This is just, there's a lot of much more debate about this. And just for him to just say, yeah, he dies and resurrects. No, that is possible. I think I do tend to favor Mark Smith's interpretation. And if you want to see that one, it's in The Death of the Dying and Rising Gods in the Biblical World. That's, I believe, his paper. Also, he talks about in this book, The Origins of Biblical Monotheism, which I think is a pretty good book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
check it out then. Mark Smith's a great scholar.
Yeah, he's also super friendly. So, all right, let's get back to this.
In the text from Ugarit, we also read that the highest god El was married to the goddess Asherah, and that their children included the gods of the morning star, the evening star, the sun, and the moon. In some cases, Baal was also mentioned as one of their children. Other evidence from this pantheon comes from late 9th century BC potsherds found in the Sinai Peninsula. On one of the potsherds, we read Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah, suggesting that the goddess was instead married to Yahweh. And quite shockingly, as you can see, there's even a picture that goes with this couple.
You don't know what you're supposed to do, and somehow it all just comes together. And then you don't know why you wouldn't have known it in the first place. By studying geometry, we can think about our first principles, think about our underlying assumptions, and think about how we use reasoning skills and logic skills to put those arguments together. Geometry itself is a way to think about those underlying assumptions, and from those assumptions, just build up this huge body of knowledge. And I don't think people understand that big picture of how all of this fits together and how it has to be the way that it is.
We do a disservice to young people by not teaching them all the steps in mathematics, because it's liberating to know them. And by discarding Euclid, you have cut them off from a way to understand logic from which all accurate reasoning comes. And you've cut them off from also understanding the beauty of the relationships in nature.
Most of you might experience your geometry and other math classes to be about calculation and formulas and memorization. But in our study of geometry, and in particular the study of Euclidean geometry, the core question and concern is not so much how and how we calculate, but rather why.
We will be looking at logic, we'll be looking at reasoning skills, we'll be getting into the mind of Euclid and trying to understand.
Okay, so about this, there's a lot of research on this. No, that's probably not Yahweh and Asherah. Let me put that back up there so you can see the people think this is it because the inscription Yahweh and Asherah is found near this, but this is like a road station that people were probably just scribbling graffiti on various things. I mean, they're not necessarily all connected, and people are assuming that they are. But first of all, the one thing about this that people I think tend to overlook with this inscription is this supports the idea that Yahweh was always assumed to just be another name for El in Israel in that region, because they're already pairing him with Asherah, who is the wife of El at Ugarit by another name. So it seems like the simplest understanding is that they are already understanding Yahweh to be another name for El there. But I mean, like that actual description, let me put up my slide here because I actually have a quote here I want to show. So if I go to this, in Only One God, Meinderk Dijkstra said, the shards of Pithoi A and B both contain inscriptions and drawings. Initially, some scholars assumed that the texts were written next to the drawings, but closer examination disclosed that there is no clear connection between text and drawing. It's hardly likely that the male best figure beside the female best figure represents a picture of Yahweh and his Asherah. Likewise, a relation between the harp-playing female figure and Asherah is impossible to establish. There may be a relationship between the composition of a cow with a calf and the stylized tree with goats standing on a line, representing Asherah. But even their appearance together does not necessarily include a religious relationship in this seemingly random composition of religious motives. We should interpret text and drawing as independent religious phenomena. In other words, this is a road station. People are just scribbling graffiti. The fact that it says Yahweh and his Asherah does not mean that those are actual depictions. It's probably Bess and Bissett instead, from what I've seen scholars. And when I was talking to Adam Tippett, who's supposed to be on tonight, he said this. He said, that does not mean that Yahweh and his wife called Asherah, and to assume that would be a hasty generalization. Even the image he used is debated and vague with figures of deities. But we aren't certain who those deities are. Moreover, I even have a video on my channel, which is linked below, discussing this very thing. So before the discovery, we didn't even think Asherah existed, even though and we thought it was just a pole or a tree. Since the discovery of Rosh Shamra, though we now know Asherah was a goddess that existed. Was she a wife's? We still don't know. Both Emerton, Day, and Lumiere argue that Asherah, mentioned in books such as 1 Kings 15:17 and Judges 3:7, say that it's more likely referring to just a tree or a pole. So Asherah can be a goddess or a pole or a tree, depending on context. Now, as far as the inscription that we have, it is at the convergence of trading routes in northern Sinai. So we would expect to find different deities and images as we do. Several Pithoi have images like the one he has presented. This is a site dating to Iron Age 2, that is 9th or 8th century BC. Some gods mentioned are Baal, Asherah, El, and Yahweh. The image here is from Pithoi A, and Judith M. Hadley, who wrote her dissertation on goddess Asherah, says that the figure and the images are two best figures in a lie player. Inscription 2 is where you get excited because it mentions the dubious phrase, Amaryahu says to my Lord, it is well with you. I bless you by Yahweh of Teman and his Asherah. May he bless you and keep you and be with you, my Lord. This inscription is not from Pithoi's A, but Pithoi's B. And there are a couple of things going on here. One being that the origin of Yahweh worship in the south near Adam, perhaps, or that the Sinai opposed to the north in Ugarit. Both Judith Hadley and Theodore Lewis in The Origin and Character of God argue that the inscription here should be read Yahweh and his Asherah pole rather than the goddess herself. So some even argue this is not even referring to the goddess. I think it is, but some argue it's referring to an Asherah pole, actually, not really the goddess. And they argue that from grammar, actually. So
yeah, I can read. So I actually just pulled it up right now. I'll just read just really quickly, just to support what you're saying. This is from Hundley, Yahweh Among the Gods, 2022. Sorry, I'm just reading it as we're going here. So Asherah, the biblical equivalent of Asirat, features elsewhere in the Bible. However, it is not entirely clear if the female goddess or a cult object is in view. The term Asherah usually occurs with the direct object or in the plural, suggesting that in most cases the goddess was not in view. In context, these references seem to refer to a sacred pole, gives references, the wooden equivalent of a standing stone. Nonetheless, here's a caveat, there are clear instances where the goddess Asherah is in view, so 1 Kings 18:19 and 23:4. Thus, it is not entirely clear whether the sacred poles are intended as access points or symbols of Yahweh or Asherah. Most likely, the reference varies based on the context. And then I haven't read further, so I won't read further live for you. But I think just supporting what you're saying there, that, yeah, it's not clear always. In some cases, Asherah is there, but sometimes it might be a pole. So, yeah.
Yeah. And I like it's, again, this is not a problem for the biblical account because, again, the biblical authors are constantly saying, stop worshiping Yahweh alongside Asherah, stop doing this stuff. So we would expect inscriptions from this time of this going on because this is what the biblical authors are condemning. This is not somehow like a big shocking discovery that's going to overturn the entire biblical account. We should expect to find inscriptions like this because we expected that the biblical authors tell us the Israelites kept doing this and they condemned it as wrong. So again, it doesn't support the evolutionary hypothesis. This is perfectly consistent with the biblical account of how things were going on in Israel this time.
I would add as well, just to that before you move on, that there are obviously consorts and wives of gods, but that's not always the case. So I'm here again, just looking at Hundley's work because I had it pulled up. He just notes that while yes, you'll have Baal. So further south, you've got Baal was paired with Asherah / Athirat, El's partner Nugar. However, texts associate so Baal of Haman with Tanit, so another wife consort. In contrast, Baal of heaven has no known consort. So another epithet for Baal and a emanation, let's say, or a locality of Baal. So Baal of heaven doesn't have a consort. So it's not as though this is always the case. It could be the case. And so it's just another thing to take in mind for someone to think, oh, everybody had a consort because it's popular. It is popular. And no doubt there were people who had a consort for Yahweh. Don't doubt that at all. However, it does not mean that it's always the case because that is not true.
Yeah. All right, let's continue on. I think I just want to play one more section here and then we will close this out. Well, we'll get
traces of these
sorry, I mean we will get to super chats. We're not going to close it out. I promise I'll get to your super chats.
past polytheistic beliefs are also found in the Bible itself. In several passages, El is described as being the leader in a council of gods. These quotes seem to stem from a time before Judaism became monotheistic. For instance, we read, "For who in the skies above can compare with the Lord? Who is like the Lord among the heavenly beings? In the council of the holy ones, El is greatly feared. He is more awesome than all who surround him." And also, Elohim, also containing El, presides in the great assembly. He renders judgment among the gods.
Just a quick note, this is not a problem for biblical theology if you read Michael Heiser. Like the divine counsel, yeah, is in the biblical text. It's never interpreted, though, and according to the biblical authors, as if God needs a council to help him make decisions. The council is there because God is a relational being. He desires to have relationships with beings. It's not like Michael Heiser points out the council in the biblical text is not like the council at Ugarit, where like the gods have to fight or decide because they're all like impotent in different ways. The council in the biblical text never presents Yahweh as anything other than the high creator deity. So that's not an issue.
There's also a verse in which we read that El, here seen as a god of the entire earth, divided up the nations of the world among his sons, giving Israel to his son Yahweh. So here El and Yahweh have not just fused into the same God. We read, "When Elyon allotted the nations for inheritance, when he divided up humanity, he fixed the boundaries for people, according to the number of divine sons. For Yahweh's portion is his people, Jacob his own inheritance."
All right, so let me back up so I can put that quote back up there. So this is the go-to text to try to argue that Yahweh was originally seen as a son of El. And this one, like, I feel like they're just stretching things here. That's not what it says. It doesn't say, the text doesn't even say El. It just says Elyon, which is a title meaning most high. It doesn't say Yahweh is a son. People make this inference to scholarly reconstruction, but it doesn't say that. And let me put up a quote here from Otto Eichfeld, which I have used so many times to make this point because it really hits on it for me. So Otto Eichfeld said, "The author of the song, it is true when speaking of Yahweh's relationship to his people, avoids probably intentionally the application of the hitherto used active verbal form, and so does not say directly that Elyon gave Israel or Jacob to Yahweh as his portion, but is content to establish the fact that Israel has become the property of Yahweh." So the verse does not say there is this Most High who is giving Yahweh an inheritance. That is an inference based on limited data. Mark Smith in God in Translation says this: "Despite possible appearances to the contrary, the composer did not intend any picture of polytheism with his rendering of verses 8 and 9. In fact, he likely thought of El and Elyon simply as two of Yahweh's titles, as they are elsewhere in the Bible, and not as a separate God El. The implied reference to the multiple divine son likely did not bother the composer of the poem. In the wake of the identification of Elyon as a title of Yahweh, the divine sons are only implied in the text at best. It was probably easier for the composer to pay or no little attention to this matter, as this was a standard trope of divinity that the composer had inherited. Thus, the passage shows something of an older worldview of translatability of the national gods, even as it ultimately rejects it." So what's his basic point here? His basic point is that the composer is taking something, maybe some older theology ideas about there being this high God El who divides the nations up, gives them out to his sons. He's inheriting this idea or this trope, but in his view, that's Yahweh who has divorced the nations, and he has made Jacob for himself in that. I am perfectly compatible with thinking that maybe that author inherited lines even from some older polytheistic worldview. And I make an analogy constantly with Acts 17, because Paul quotes the pagan poet Aratus. "In him we live and move and have our being," as some of your own poets have said, "we are his offspring." Was Paul intending to teach pantheism, Stoic pantheism? No. He's taking lines and he's reinterpreting them in clearly a Christian understanding. The author of Deuteronomy could have been doing something very similar. Hey, We know there's this theological view that the high God divided the nations up. Well, guess what? That's actually Yahweh, and he has kept us for himself. So I think Mark Smith is right on that. It doesn't say that Yahweh is a son of El. This is an inference, and I don't think the composer even intended to give that picture, even if he's inheriting some older ideas. I think people read way too much into that brief passage there.
Yeah, I mean, the text doesn't say that Elyon gave to Yahweh Israel as his inheritance, as Yahweh's inheritance. Like you can, in the poetic parallelism, verse 8, when the Most High apportioned, verse 9, for Yahweh, that is that Most High that I just spoke about,
right?
His portion was his people. Like it's like there's nothing in there that necessitates that Yahweh is one of the sons of God, the B'nai Elohim, who are given by the Most High. Rather, you can easily, like Mark Smith said, these are interchangeable epithets for Yahweh. So yeah, I think I agree. I think too much is being made of it there. I'd have to go back and check Smith's citation, the citation you just gave. I haven't read through that, but so I can't yes or no that. But from my own reading of this text, I think it's an overreading, and it's also an opaque text. It's also difficult to exactly get at it, like some of the grammatical features, which I won't get into right now. I'm just looking at it. It's like it's confusing text. So I get why people take different interpretive options on it.
Yeah,
you always need to, in my opinion, just leave open room. Like no one's saying people are dumb for taking a different view on this. There are really great scholars who do, but it is an opaque text, or at least maybe opaque is too strong. It's not clear. It's difficult, and so it's okay. It's okay to take different options on this one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you make a good point with the parallelism. The parallelism lines Yahweh up with the Most High, and I think people overlook that point. The other thing is Jonas Greenberg did some stuff, and I cited this in my video, Polytheism in the Bible, which is linked below. He points out there's a lot of epithets in there that would combine, make a cumulative case that it's already equating Yahweh with El. But also, people make a big deal about the word inheritance used, and they'll be like, well, inheritance implies he had to get it from someone. But Deuteronomy 4:20 uses the same Hebrew word, inheritance. And everyone agrees that's very much monotheistic. That's very much assuming Yahweh is the Most High, and yet it's also using the term inheritance there. So why does the term imply that Yahweh has to be getting an inheritance from the Most High in Deuteronomy 32 if that's not what the term would mean in Deuteronomy 4? I think people are reading too much into that. And real quick, just to put up some more slides here that I wanted to bring up. I think Alan Millard makes a really good case about this whole idea about Yahwism evolving from polytheism. He points there's not a lot of good evidence for that. And he says, whatever opinions about the date of monotheism appearing in Israel are held, the fact remains that our faith is unique in the ancient world. No other ancient beliefs current there have affected so many people over so large part of the world for so long time. And then he says this, a unique phenomenon is awkward for historians since they have no standard way to explain or assess it. So they make strenuous attempts to fit it with a pattern of known features in the same general way. Then Millard cites Raleigh, who said, it is indeed surprising and no easily way to be accounted for one simple evolutionary lines that Israel attained a monotheistic faith. So, I mean, we don't have a lot of good evidence that Israel actually evolved into a monotheistic faith. We don't really see that in the biblical text. All the texts we have show Yahweh is assumed to just be another name for El. He's already considered to be the high creator God. All the archaeological data is consistent with the biblical story that Yahweh revealed himself to early Israelites, and then people started to syncretize him into pantheons or with other gods or with other religious beliefs. It's not going to show you this evolutionary picture there. So I think people are assuming too much with the data. We don't have that picture is what I'd argue.
Yeah, I mean, that term is always slippery, monotheism, right?
Yeah, well, true. Yeah, I
monolatry, henotheism.
I hate the term monotheism.
It just doesn't make sense of the ancient world because they clearly believed that other gods would be helpful to them, which means they believed the other gods existed. It's just a matter of how are they classifying them? How are they classifying Yahweh? What was Yahweh trying to get them to classify themselves, or himself as in relation? Like these are the questions, right? To say there weren't other gods, because again, the definition of God is different than we might often think of when we hear God in the West. In the West, right? God is really like a spiritual entity from of various strengths or power or value, and so I don't like the term monotheism there.
Right. We have to unfortunately use it, but I wish it didn't exist, to be honest. But yeah, I think Deuteronomy 32 is the best case they can use to try to argue this evolutionary hypothesis, and they read way too much into it. Like, I remember was talking to someone at ETS about the whole word inheritance, and he's like, I can find places throughout the Bible where someone is getting an inheritance and there's no one giving it to him. Like, it's not just in Deuteronomy 4, it's in other places. So it's people are reading way too much into these things. And I think that there's just too much evidence against it to even make that case. In a video I've linked below, I did a while ago. It's called Israel's Revolutionary Monotheism. I go into a lot of these points in more detail in that video, but I'll just quickly cover them. I say that Israel has a unique monotheism monolatry, really. And I cover various aspects that don't really support the evolutionary hypothesis. Like we see in early texts, Yahweh is viewed as genderless, not manifested in nature. He's got no needs. He's not syncretized with other head gods like Marduk or Asher later on. We see no theogony for Yahweh. That's no account of how he came into existence. I make the case that it's most likely that the Exodus 3 is the origin of the name. So it applies a unique name for the name Yahweh that would have been understood early on. We have no story of his mythical ascension. He's described as a jealous God, which is unique in the ancient world. Gods weren't jealous. As long as you sacrifice to them, you could do whatever you wanted. But Yahweh is jealous for some reason. You can only worship him. He's also the basis of what is known as good. His will is made known through the Torah. And then what scholars like Jean Bottero and Karl Vander Torn, John Walton have noted, we get a very interesting view of ethics that comes out of the Torah. The Torah isn't doing ethics, but a very interesting understanding of how ethics should works comes out of the Torah from that. And so there's all these different factors I cover in there that should make more of a case that the Yahwistic religion was unique. It very unlikely could have evolved as it is. And I think it fits more with a revolutionary model, this idea of this sudden appearance. But I don't have time to go into all that now. If you want to check out that video, it's linked below. I don't see a good reason to think that Yahweh slowly evolved as a son of El, then became El, and then became just the only God. I think it's far more likely there was a group in Israel that was always pushing against the polytheistic view or syncretism and said that, listen, we believe Yahweh revealed himself to us this way, and that's the way we should view him. And they were constantly pushing against Israelites wanting to syncretize him and resort to paganism.
Yeah, I would just reiterate what you said, that it is strongly held in the scholarly community that Yahweh came out of quickly came out of nowhere. We don't see Yahweh in earlier northern Semitic inscriptions, texts, whatever, like it's or really anywhere. It's that Yahweh kind of just appears on the scene as a name. And so how that happened, of course, there's debate, but it does. There is a kind of just sliding in, car screeching of Yahweh onto the scene, which is hard to account with a evolutionary model like that.
Yeah. And so, there's of course, that's not the end of the debate. There's obviously more to go on, but I think there's a lot of arguments that have just not been addressed by a lot of more critical scholars, unfortunately, on that. So, all right, let's check our goal here. It looks like we are close to getting that goal met. And if you meet that goal, I will show you a video that I have coming out in February, titled Everything You Missed About David and Goliath. I'm going to go into that, and I'm going to make the case that Goliath isn't even the real enemy of the story. He is a side character. So that video will be coming out soon. I'm also going to deal with some critical issues, argue that it's a composite of different sources because Saul seems to contradict himself in places, and I'm going to argue that's not the case. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Oh man, I wonder if we should chat about that, because I'm a Septuagint guy, so I go Septuagint on this one. So I don't know what you're going to conclude, but I think the Septuagint gives strong evidence that the Masoretic text is later than the Septuagint version. So something to consider. We could talk about it offline, but that's how I resolve that issue. I think the Septuagint's an earlier text, and actually omits like I think it's like 63 lines or something of 17 and 18 in First Samuel, but chapters 17 and 18 in First Samuel. So there's an article by Emmanuel Tove that I could point you to that you might want to check out before you do that video, just as some data to consider.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Yeah. So
yeah,
we'll definitely talk about that. All right, let me get to some super chats here. Mike, I do appreciate your live streams, and I do like the understanding that Catholics, Protestants, and Orthodox are actual Christians. I have to tell the critics this. Yep, totally on the same page with you there. Hi, IP, do you have any specific version of the Bible in English that you consider to be particularly reliable or like? I recently acquired the ESV Bible, and I find it to be very good. Yeah, I use ESV just from how I was raised, as well as NASB I think is good. I like NET in some places. I also recommend getting a Septuagint as well. I think those are good to compare for sure.
Yeah.
Somehow my super chat with being weird. I'll skip this one for tomorrow, but just here to wish the IP team and everybody watching a happy new year and many blessings. Thank you. Much appreciated. If Adam and Eve are meant to be the first priests, why is there a need for a priesthood in Genesis? Why is there a need for a priesthood in Genesis 2? Surely all humanity would have equal access to God before the fall. Is this worth thinking on? Well, just compare it to the New Testament. We all have equal access to God, but Jesus is still our high priest. So the high priest makes that access work. He's the mediator. And likewise, Adam and Eve, I've argued, would be in that same kind of role. So yeah, we have equal access to God, but they're still a priest. So that just is part of the process, is what I say.
Yeah, a means of special revelation, a means of greater revelation, a means of greater mediation, greater access. Yeah.
Heiser covers two powers in heaven, visible and invisible. Yahweh, rabbis, we misspelled Yahweh. Rabbis declare it heresy at the end of the first century because Jews were believing Jesus was the visible Yahweh in his flesh. Alan Siegel, Jewish scholar, wrote a book. Yeah, it's an interesting book. I need to go back and read it because I've not read it for years, but yeah.
Yeah, it's been a few years for me to for that one as well.
IP, you claim that Yahweh is not pagan, but have you considered that up? See, your claims are debunked and your dawa is weak. I don't know what you mean by UP, but have you considered that UP? What is going on?
I don't know. I want to get the joke because I want to laugh, but I don't know.
Sorry, man. I'm confused. Well, his username is UP, but have you considered that? Yeah, you see it? You see the image in there? I guess.
Okay. Calvin peeing. Yeah.
Just contributing. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. How long ago do you think Adam and Eve would have to be a decent time if they were one of the first Homo sapiens or whatever theory you hold to? Well, luckily Joel knows the exact answer on this, and he can give you the proof. Give him the proof.
7,232 BC is the exact date.
There you go.
Yeah, I think
on a
that's clear
Wednesday.
from the biblical text.
On a Wednesday. Yeah.
You're an idiot. It was obviously on the day before the Sabbath. Like, what kind of moron would think that? Yeah. Yeah. No. Great. Good question. Depends what you do with Adam and Eve. Depends how you're interpreting this story.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many views on this. I mean, that's a whole stream in and of itself, right?
Yeah.
It depends. Do you think Adam and Eve were the first humans? Which then you have to think about. Okay, well then why were they? Why were there lots of people outside that Cain was afraid of? Yeah, like when is this story happening? I actually think, along with Michael, that Genesis 2 is presenting a sequel to Genesis 1. I think you can make a good claim for that. I think it sets it up. I actually want to do a video about this. I told you about this, Michael. Do a video just about the connections between Genesis 1 and 2 and like why I don't think they're actually at tension with each other. But the Genesis 2 sets up the scene basically a long time ago, before agriculture, before there was rain, before Yahweh had caused rain, as in before the flood, and then before there was a man working the earth. That is, before there was anyone doing agricultural work. Not that there were no humans, but there was no one doing agriculture. So this time before time that as we know it in the ancient Near East were these people, Adam and Eve. And so it's really setting things up in a time almost unknowable, right? In my opinion. But it does seem like then it mentions other people being around, even despite it being set in this long ago time frame. So we're dealing with so long ago, it's almost like it's so far out. Like, how are you supposed to answer that? Whatever view you take on Adam and Eve, it's too far in the past to know, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd say it's got to be over 10,000 years ago, at least. I mean, but I mean, again, that's not, you couldn't nail me down on that. I could be wrong.
I don't even think that's the point of the text. It's not trying to ask you to figure out dates exactly or anything like that. I think the
agree,
numbers
yeah.
are doing something different. That like I think you've done videos on the numbers. The numbers are not intended to be giving you dates in that way. They're trying to give you a different message, whatever that may be.
Actually,
yeah,
if you add the ages from Adam to Moses, you get like, I think it's 12,600, and you have the 1,260 in Revelation. So you get that idealized number. And then if you actually add the ages from Adam to Moses, you get like 12,600, which is really interesting.
Oh, I thought you were starting to make a joke. I have no idea what you're talking about then.
Oh, no. Just, if you take Adam's age, his son's age, and you add them all up, you get exactly like 12, all the way to Moses. And so it seems like someone's like trying to do a numerical message from Adam to Moses, from Eden to the promised land kind of thing.
Oh, I have never thought about that. I would have to think harder and look at the data on that one. Although I do think that they're doing weird things with numbers, and they care a lot about numbers in ways we don't. So, yeah.
For sure. Are you a Molinist, and why do you oppose Calvinism? Because I think Calvinism is incompatible with what the scriptures teach. I think Molinism is the most parsimonious reading. It encompasses Arminius points and Calvinistic points. So I think both Calvinists and strict Arminians take verses that support them, but they don't look at each other's verses. And I think when you take both of them, you end up in Molinism. But that's just my view.
I mean, you can see my channel for some stuff on Calvinism. I do more like exegetical deep dives. I did, especially in Romans 9. That's kind of my best viewed video. And then Ephesians 1 as well. I'm not a Calvinist. Some of my best friends are Calvinists, but similarly to what Michael said, yeah, I don't think the text on a close reading and on the best reading supports that particular view. I don't disrespect people who hold it, and I really respect people who are trying to take the text as seriously as possible. But that's also what I try to do, and I don't think that's where you're going to end up. So, why do you oppose Calvinism? Makes me think this person probably is a Calvinist. If they say oppose, maybe not. If so, I would really. If there are some texts that often get brought up in that. So, for example, Romans 9, Ephesians 1. Check out my video on that if you want to see like a take that would read it in a different way than you typically hear from Calvinist circles. There are lots and lots of scholars outside of that world. Often that world can be a little bit insular and a little bit of a bubble. But there are many faithful Christians, scholars outside of that camp who take the text seriously, and many in church history who take the text very seriously and don't end up in that position in the church. So, it's going to take some time and thought, as all things do. All worthy things do.
Any good resources on the evolution of post-Christ Judaism? That's not an area I've really looked too much into. Can't think of any.
I'm so weak on the rabbis to think of like a off the cuff. Like I think of like primary sources and stuff, but to actually think of like secondary literature where somebody's seen the evolution of Judaism into the rabbinic period, I would just go to like an Oxford encyclopedia on rabbinic Judaism, because that's what you're getting after the New Testament and after Jesus, and just take that as a starting point. You could usually online, if you just type in Oxford encyclopedia, like it's there, oftentimes for free. They have a lot of articles. If not, a library would have that for you, and just start going from there.
Thank you, Joseph, for the very, very generous super chat. Just wanted to help. Very appreciated. That's definitely helpful. Jones, text me back. Let's raise some funds. Sorry, I completely forgot. Jorge, I will try to get on that. It's been a very busy holiday season for me. IP, in your video on free will, still useful. It's been 11 years. Any recommendations if the video is too old? Check out stuff by Tim Stratton. He does a lot more on that than I do. But yeah, I'd have to go back and check. I don't even remember the video at this point. I've been looking for some solid source material in ancient Near East history from prehistory to Jesus. Any recommendations? Thanks for all you do. Yeah, check out a good starting book, I think, by John Walton, Ancient Near East in the Old Testament. I think it's a great book. His second edition came out a couple years ago. I've always enjoyed that. Carl Vandertorn has some great books. Jean Bottero has some great books. That's some pretty good stuff. If you're looking at ancient Near Eastern history, Jean Bottero, I said, is great. Karen Ray Najat has a good book on it. Daily Life in Ancient Mesopotamia, I believe is what it's called. A friend of mine, Mark Chavalas, has got a good book, Mesopotamia and the Bible. There's a lot of great books I can recommend. I'm sure Joel can even give more than I could.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go to primary sources, Pritchard and Fleming, Ancient Near Eastern Texts, the Ancient Near East, an anthology of texts and pictures from 2021. You could also go to Hollow, which I believe that was, that's Context of Scripture is Hollow. These will be like the actual sources and kind of arranged in theme or location or time. So if it's a hymn or a poem or narrative or law, if you want to get to, so that's reading the original source materials in an English translation. That's awesome. I actually, above all things, do that because that will really get your head in the way that people are writing and thinking, and just do that a lot. And it's English, so you can do it. Just go and find them. They're worth your money. You already named a bunch of really good resources.
The story of David and Goliath is one of the most famous in the Bible.
Sorry about that.
All right, fine. You know what? I didn't want to say anything anyways. You know what?
Sorry.
I was done.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong button.
Niehaus, Ancient Near Eastern Themes in Biblical Theology. There's one. Against the Gods. Currid. Did you mention Currid? I thought maybe you did.
I don't think so. No.
No. Yeah. The Polemical Theology of the Old Testament. What else we got here? I'm just looking at a list, and you've already mentioned Chavalis. You mentioned the IBP Bible Background Commentary is really good. If you want that.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. There's more like technical stuff, but I think you've given some good examples. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think we can move on from what you said. You gave some good ones.
Merry Christmas and Happy Early Epiphany on the topic. What is the current scholarly state of henotheism in that's Arab days and early Moses days Judaism? Question for both of you. I think a lot. I think the Akhenaten cult was henotheistic. There's definitely examples of henotheism in Mesopotamia with certain deities. There definitely was a lot of henotheism. It wasn't the standard for sure. But I think there's definitely agreement that did exist in that time for sure.
Yeah. The thing is, you can find pretty much like you said anything. People are unique. Cultures are often, while we meld, we also have unique. There's not really new things under the sun, as Ecclesiastes says, right? So like yes, you will find it. Like, what do you mean by scholarly state? I don't really know what they're asking there. Like, yes, these things existed, but what are they saying by scholarly state? Do you know?
Yeah. No, I think they're just asking like, do scholars agree there was henotheism in the past and that around that time? And I think this answer is yes.
Yeah, and like you said, with the Egyptian resources as well. You also said Judaism here. Judaism would be later. You want to think Israelite religion, because Judaism is specifically what develops in the post-exilic period, right?
I call it Yahwism.
Yeah, to help this person develop their terminology. Judaism is later, right? And you're saying early days, so you want to say Israelite religion or Yahwism or something like that. Yeah.
Amazing stream. Do not shut up. Take my money. You got it. I don't know how much that is in USD, but I appreciate it. Why wasn't
my bank account?
Why would you do you have a donation page set up?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, Michael.
You see, it's hard to give you money. You don't have a donation page set up. So why wasn't the letter of First Clement included in the New Testament? My argument, I think, from the early church is it wasn't necessary to teach the faith. The books that we use were sufficient enough to teach the faith as it is, and it wasn't necessary for the corpus of Scripture. So that's what I'd say. And I think it's kind of like it could have been included because I think Clement, you could argue, was trained up by Peter. So it's a possibility, but just wasn't necessary. Thank you for becoming a member. Happy New Year. May God bless you and your family. You too. KIP, God bless you for doing great stuff here. Some people argue that Torah took some rules from the Code of Hammurabi. What do you think? Yeah, I don't think it took them. I don't think like Moses had like a copy and he was like, yeah, we'll just take. I think those were just a lot of standard rules that he would have known about. It was part of the cultural milieu or background or river they were drawing from. And he was like, yeah, these are great things. I'm sure he may. I don't know if Moses read the Code of Hammurabi I think they just knew about various aspects of different legal corpuses, and then they just incorporated them into the Torah, and that's why we see overlap. It's coming from the same culture.
Yeah, I would say that there are some who think that there's direct dependence. The main proponent of this that's most out there is David Wright. Inventing God's Law will be his work from the late 2000s. This is not agreed upon by all ancient Near Eastern and biblical legal scholars. In fact, very prominent ones, not evangelical, push back against Wright's proposal. In particular, I think of Bruce Wells, who wrote an article as a critique of Wright's work, saying that basically saying what Michael just said, that they're swimming in a certain river, and they're all going in a certain way, in the way that you talk about law, and the way that you talk on the kinds of things you include in law. And we have multiple law codes where you see very similar topics arise, and it's not as though they're all borrowing from each other. Rather, this is just what you write. This is what you write about when it comes to law and the types of things that matter and the kind of cases that you want to give. But then you can put your own spin on those cases. So you have a case of striking a pregnant woman. Okay, well then what are we actually going to do with that? So you take the case and then you develop your legal thoughts from there. And so there will inevitably be overlap, but there are also divergences that are significant. And I would argue in the biblical text, we also see some significant divergences, in my opinion.
Yeah. Blessings, brother. We need more of these. Yes, we stream every Monday at 8 Eastern on this channel, so I'll be back next week. You think Kim Iverson will debate you or AP? My gut feeling is she's extremely scared to get debunked and humiliated. Yeah, I don't know if you know about this, Joel. She's on Twitter saying Jesus wasn't a Jew, and she'll debate anyone on this topic. And she knows Jesus wasn't a Jew, and here are great reasons. He was from Galilee, therefore he can't be a Jew. His followers thought he was the Messiah, therefore he can't be a Jew. I'm not making this up. It's so stupid. I can't even fathom how she thinks these are arguments. Oh my God, it hurts my head.
Yeah. Well, actually, you know what? Somebody tweeted me this, and they said, "Can you give your opinion?" And I just said, "See Jason Staples' work, Paul and the Resurrection of Israel, just recently last year, and then his previous work before that, which he builds upon in this recent one, where he says like ethnicity is flexible. Being a Jew is adopting cultural aspects, and so it's not just based on biological descent or where you live. It's about adopting these kind of cultural boundaries, both religious and religion and culture are so intertwined, but basically that you could become a Jew that way. It's flexible ethnicity. So to say from Galilee means nothing. It absolutely means nothing.
Thank you so much.
She probably is making the Judean argument, right? Like, oh, Judean, like it's geographically located. And that's not how ethnicity worked in the ancient world.
It's so stupid. It's hard for me even to represent it properly because my brain can't even just comprehend what she's trying to say. It's just, yeah, it's something else. Hey, IP, do you know any good Anglican YouTube channels? Yeah, Stephen Boyce, he's Anglican. You can check out his channel, Facts Podcasts. I don't know anyone's beyond that. I know Jordan Cooper, but he's Lutheran. That's close enough. Is it true that Dr. Chris Dost proved that the Hebrew Sheol is best translated as First Temple Hebrew, word for David Wood's basement? Yes, that's David Wood's basement. That's definitely true. You got us.
I saw that publication. Yeah, I saw that publication.
Yeah. Do you take the talking donkey to be literal Numbers 22, or is there something else going on here? I mean, I think it's a miracle, so I think it's not like the donkey can actually talk. The Bible says God is doing a miracle here, so I think that's what it's trying to tell us.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is often stranger than fiction. I don't know. I also believe in the supernatural, so I guess it depends on your perspective on these things. Can God speak through whatever? I'm not sure that the donkey had vocal cords or in the way that we think or whatever. Yeah. Anyway, it's also a story, so you got to take it that way.
Thank you for the very generous super chat. That's a lot of Canadian dollars there. Much appreciated, Nathan.
Whoa.
Thank you so much for that.
Oh my goodness. You could, yeah, that's some cash. I mean, not where I live in British Columbia. That's like buying a coffee, but like if you go to Alberta, that's a house.
Yeah. Do you have any interest doing videos on New Perspective on Paul? It's such a niche thing. It's not really been important for a lot of the apologetic stuff I do here. So no, I tend to agree with N.T. Wright on the New Perspective on Paul. I read his 1,400-page book. I thought it was pretty good. So I mean, it's like one of those things. I think a lot of it's just a game of semantics when you new perspective versus old perspective or not new perspective. I guess a lot of it's they're saying the same thing. They just want different words to describe it.
I wouldn't say quite that. I've actually done quite a bit of work in this, and I'm teaching Romans in a week at ACT seminaries. Yeah, so I think a lot. Like I said, I don't like being pigeonholed. I'm a biblical scholar. I think about the New Testament as well. I can read Greek probably better than Hebrew because of my Septuagint work. And so I do a lot of thinking about the New Testament, how the New Testament relates to the Old Testament, covenant, all that kind of thing. And so, yeah, I think it's more than just semantics. There are broadly, it's kind of three camps. There's like the Reformation traditional approach to some of these concepts, to Judaism, to what the righteousness, what it means to have righteousness, to be imputed righteousness. That's kind of their phraseology. Then you've got the New Perspective, which is really just a way of saying we don't agree with the old perspective on Judaism. So it's a different way of framing what Judaisms were in the first century around Paul. And then you have also Paul within Judaism. So another kind of approach that's been rising in popularity in the last little while, 20, 30 years. And it's positing differently that Paul's really addressing just Gentiles, and he is concerned mostly about what to do with them, and that Christ is and what's going on with Christ is, in some perspectives, mostly about them and how the Gentiles are fit into this whole thing. And so he's not really writing with Jews in mind. They can keep the Torah, they can keep doing their thing. He expects them to keep doing their thing. And there are different perspectives that arise out of each of those, but there are significant interpretive differences that come. And sorry, Michael, you didn't ask for this, but I'm giving it you now.
No, that's great.
There are different.
I'm probably wrong. You're probably right. Go for it.
Yeah, and so there are differences in key interpretive places. So, for example, what does it mean for to be justified? What is the righteousness of God in the Book of Romans? Like, what are these things, and what do they do? And what does it mean to follow the law in the first century? What are the bounds of following the law? What does it mean to be a faithful Torah observant person? And these are kind of the big debates that are going on. And these different camps are going to land in different places. But the New Perspective broadly is going to say that there wasn't a perfectionistic legalism going on in the first century, most by and large, in that people weren't trying to keep the law perfectly to be saved. Rather, the covenant was a covenant of grace in which God brought Israel in by grace. And then the question is, what does it mean to actually be a faithful covenant member now that God has shown us that grace? So you're already in by grace. God, the covenant is gracious. God is gracious. And that Judaism would have thought, many strands of Judaism would have thought that in the first century. The question then is, okay, how do you maintain that covenant membership? And that's really the big question in the New Perspective. And then again, the Paul within Judaism is going to offer a different take on things. So these are live debates, and the New Perspective on Paul, I think, is important because it's helping us get a better grasp on what Paul is actually getting at in his letters. What's important to him? What is he arguing against? Is it perfectionism, or is it inclusive versus exclusive kind of ethnocentrism or something like that? Or is it even what does it mean to be a faithful follower of Torah? And these are hot debates.
Let's not even say genocide, because I don't want people to be like, oh, the Bible, the Bible, the Bible. You don't get the Bible. Atheist Bible study, especially my own at the time. No offense. I'm sure you studied the Bible hard. I thought I was too, but it's like fundamentalist Bible study, atheist Bible study. It's so bad. It's so bad. I mean, it's so bad. And once you get the spirit, you're like, okay. I can even believe that there was a real couple named Adam and Eve. Not Adam and Eve, though, probably, but human and life giver or something. That is like somehow a focal point of the whole tradition, while still fully believing in. Anyway, fundamentalists are like. Anyway, great. I love all Christians, even the ones I disagree with, especially the ones I disagree with, in a way, because it, makes me humble myself. lost our train of thought here somewhere. Well, to be clear, you could just be making a faith claim, and sort of I am. I'm just going to be honest about it. And be like, I bite the bullet. And I make a faith claim about God. Not because he seems like a slave master to me. Though if he was, I would willingly submit. But because, you know, it's like seeing someone that you think is a good moral exemplar doing something, you should want to do that as well. The thing you have to keep in mind about this is it's not about that the Calvinists are wrong. It's that their orientation is idolatry, heretical, in my opinion. You know, if committing a genocide is what it took to stop someone from pushing the eternal misery for infinite beings forever button, then, you know, or whatever is the worst thing, you know, that you could possibly imagine. If a genocide is what it took to stop that, you know, oh, one genocide to stop 9 genocides. Like, right? Like, now you shouldn't do any of this. What you should do is trust God. But I'm just saying, you know, when it really comes down to it, if you wouldn't sacrifice everything for the good, then what's the point? You're just faking it. And that's fine. It just means that personhood is a legal fiction. And if my state becomes stronger than your state, well, you know, that's just how it is. And you gotta bite that bullet. And that's fine. But you gotta bite that bullet. And not be like, well, but, nobody's buying it. Or if you can get away with it, if you know the law will never catch you, you can buy the law off, whatever it takes. That's all there is to it. And that will motivate you if that's what you believe. Now, some people are going to be smart enough. I said this earlier. Some people are going to be morally and intellectually smart enough to maintain a pure relationship there. That's great for them. If you think you're a good person, God did not come here for you. Good luck. So, you know, but in the aggregate, just go look at the data. Religious people live better lives. In the data. Even in secular countries, it's still the religious people who are being the exemplars because it motivates you.
Live debates at the time of Paul, and so this is an ongoing discussion. Not something I would necessarily say I should throw my hat in and do on YouTube, because there are many other better Pauline scholars. I'm not a formal Pauline scholar, but I do this as an armchair Pauline scholar because I care very much about what the Bible says. And so, I mean, if you want to get a taste of this, check out my Romans 9 video on my channel. I have to plug myself at some point. Hey, everybody. You should go check out my stuff. Yeah. Check out that, because I do get into some of this. and you'll see it up here in my dialogue of the New Testament.
Yeah, what I basically meant with semantics is we all agree we're justified. The difference is like, how is that come about? Like, I think that's what I was trying to get
But even
at.
what does it mean to be justified?
Right.
Is it like,
yeah,
is justification
a
a positional status? Is justification a transformational status? Is it both? Is it like what's going on with that term, right? And that is a part of the debate. Is it a rectifying? Is God making you right, as in like changing you, transforming you? Is it just positional? Like this, these are live debates.
Yeah. I loved your video, The Case for Ancient Monotheism. Is it possible that polytheism was a later corruption of monotheism, i.e. result of the fall? So I'd say that's the biblical account, is that it was originally just worshiping God, and then this humans corrupted him through sin, and then this sort of really comes about by Genesis 11. I cover that more in my Genesis 1 to 11 series. I don't know if that's the case for everywhere on Earth. I don't think we can make that claim, but I think the biblical account is trying to make that claim.
I don't think the final biblical redactor, who must have been, what I'm calling the final biblical redactor is the tradition that is what we call the biblical tradition springs from, whether that be in like the kingdom of David as written, or the later Maccabeans, or whatever it is, which would be wild, but I'm just saying, whatever like, I imagine it probably went like this, you know what I mean, whatever this apex is type thing. Well, if there's actually like that's the Catholic Church. Yo,
what are you doing?
Ontology.
What is it?
Ontology. Metaphysics.
You haven't been on in like 2 days.
I've been doing metaphysics.
That's what you've been doing?
Yeah, why, you on right now?
Yeah, I'm on, but, just fucking around.
I said,
what are you doing metaphysics? What the fuck are you doing?
I said that if so basically, a way to sum it up, or I can expand on it, but a way to sum it up is that since I would never willingly choose to live in a world with any evil at all, I would rather, I have to believe that the evils exist alongside the good, at least, right? I would never willingly choose to live in a world with any real evils at all, and since my worldview commits me to affirming that the evils are real, that the outside world must exist. Sure. I agree. I totally agree. I think some people would willingly choose to bring about worlds with evil in them. Willingly. But, I'm only speaking from my own experience. I have to conclude that because I wouldn't willingly choose to live in a world with any evil at all, that the outside world must exist. Or I'm being trolled by either myself or some power beyond my control.
You're being trolled by God?
Sure, if that's what you want to call it, or a demon or something like that. Whatever you want to call it. Some power, some abstract power beyond my control or understanding.
Okay. That's what you've been working on?
Yeah.
What, with ChatGPT or with AI?
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know how you do it, dude.
Why? I do it like this. Woo-cha!
That's what you do.
Why is it a burden on you to talk about those kind of things?
It's not, but I like to try to solve problems that I know that can potentially
Well, you know, you can do amazing things, you know. It's not like some of the greatest scientists weren't also working on this problem very often. Think of Gödel, Newton, Einstein.
Yeah.
Quine revolutionized logic just recently. Formal logic.
Yeah, it's not out of question.
You know, science is still just natural philosophy. It's just a particular form of natural philosophy.
Yeah. I built another base in D.
Well, how can you say that there's something shared between archaeology and physics?
How can I say there's something shared between archaeology and physics?
Yeah, when you say, like, you know, I like to focus on problems that can be solved, so that must at least somewhat relate to your job.
Yeah, but the problems at my job aren't like the big problems of archaeology.
Right.
It's easy, but archaeology and physics are literally go hand in hand.
No, I'm just saying, like,
Archaeology is a study of material remains.
if metaphysics, well, yeah, but it doesn't share almost any of the same principles. Even the falsifiability is qualitatively different from each other.
The biggest breakthrough in archaeology in the last 100 years came from physics.
Came from physics, sure.
Yes, carbon-14 dating. Oh, there's a big old plume out there. Oh, it's not that big.
There is no single decision in the archaeological consensus that is built on its carbon-14 dating alone. The carbon-14 dating only tells you about the carbon-14 dating. You get what I'm saying?
It's about the age of carbon.
Right.
On your site.
Right, but there are a million reasons why that could be like that you need to import other archaeological frameworks to solve.
Like context.
Yeah, right, exactly. So it's not the same kind of science as physics, is what I'm saying. And that's not detracting from it. It's just not the same thing.
What are you saying? Like, oh, you should only study physics if you don't want to
Do metaphysics? No, not at all. I'm just saying I like to do metaphysics. That's all I'm saying. And I think you can learn
insightful, useful things about the world from metaphysics, and we have. You know, the whole Western world is built partially on Plato, who was just doing metaphysics, and Aristotle, who was just doing a different kind of metaphysics.
What's the line?
What do you mean?
What is the veil that says this is physics and this is metaphysics?
Well, so if you want to, the etymological term metaphysics would mean something like beyond physics, or, you know, it literally means after physics, but it would mean something
So
like...
basically just what we can't describe using physics.
Yeah, well, on a technical level, it means like... like, it's not what is the nature of the thing, but more like, I don't know. I mean, I'm doing ontology, and metaphysics is part of that, but it's more like,
I don't know. I'll figure it out.
metaphysics is more like, what are all the things that the thing could be? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Metaphysics is asking, so physics is saying something about how can we best model the thing. Ontology is saying something about what is the thing. Metaphysics is asking, what are all the things that the thing could be? What are all the things that the thing is not?
I don't know. Hold on, bro. It said,
That's all I do. Yeah, no, well, I want to spread the glory of the Lord and get people to go back to religion, because I think it will be better for us in the long run, even though I affirm secularism. I think that personally and culturally we should be religious. I don't want to live in a low trust society anymore.
you don't want to live in a trust society.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Religion is demonstrably good for people, demonstrably, and it's the faith alone. They've controlled for, oh, it's the connection, it's this, it's that. It's just faith and prayer demonstrably strongly correlates with very good life outcomes, and especially like good moral like lives of service to your community. So, you know, I think people should return to religion. We had our little experiment, and it was fake and gay, and we should go back.
Well, back to the witch hunt, Marissa said.
Well, that's mostly a Protestant thing, so I don't agree with that.
Well, I mean, you know, like, okay. What about the,
It was mostly a German thing, really.
What was the persecution in Spain?
You know, why, how did Ferdinand and Isabella, how did that all come about? How did the Spanish monarchy come about?
Who was ruling Spain?
Okay, what about the Medicis?
Oh, what?
The Medicis. That's that family that fucking were. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they had power.
Look.
They, that's a weird one, right? Because they funded the Renaissance.
Right.
But they also installed themselves as popes for like 7 generations.
Yeah, well, despite that, the Pope never taught heresy. Even though they acted like it. Despite that, the Pope never taught heresy. You know what I mean? Church still basically believes almost all the same things it believed. But that's beside the point. That's all beside the point. These are anecdotes about history, and personally, my religion doesn't claim that humans are good people. but these are just anecdotes. I'm just talking on a data level. Religion in general, every religion is better for you than non-religion. Now, if you're a strong and moral person, then you can be non-religious, and that'll probably work for you. But just in the stats, it doesn't seem to be working. It doesn't seem to be working for people. The one good stat in favor of non-religiosity is that there aren't very many non-religious people in prison. But, is that because they're like, oh, I believe, please let me out. I love God, let me out. But that, I'm just saying what the stats say. This is well studied.
Yeah, well, did you see the interview with the guy who's like, oh, I'm Catholic, but he's like a fucking fascist?
Yeah, Pine Sap. You guys probably don't know who groypers are, do you?
For what?
Groypers.
No.
Do you know who Nick Fuentes is?
That's what I'm talking about. So there's that guy who does the YouTube show interviews where he has all the people on there. It's like him versus like 20 hardcore conservatives.
Mehdi Hassan, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the guy he's talking to is named Pine Sap online. That's the handle he went by for a while. The fascist. He's a groyper. Groypers are fans of Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is this teeny tiny little white Mexican, like super fascist Hitler lover. Friend of Kanye. Literal friend. I mean, like literally friend of Kanye. Like they hang out.
Okay.
Yeah. I know all about him is all I'm saying.
Oh, you knew about it before the show?
Yeah, well, not all Catholics are perfect, but as far as voting goes, if you're looking for a religion that doesn't lean conservative, then Catholicism is the religion for you. For sure. For sure. It is noticeably, I won't say by far, but it is noticeably the most liberal. Well, other than Jews, but that's mostly their liberal. I mean, they would be about just as liberal, but they're pushed over because of the whole like Nazism on the right stuff, So they're pushed more into the liberal camp. So you have Jews are very liberal, Catholics are very liberal. Like Mormons.
I would say there's a somewhat diverse range of Catholics.
Yeah, they're about 50-50. It's like 45, 55.
Like you have your like Catholics in South America are super fucking different than like
right.
Catholics in other parts of the
world. Fucking Maine or something. But just Catholics in America are about 50-50, liberal and conservative. That's just Catholics in America.
voting Catholics in America are 50-50.
I'm in the deep desert, bro.
In your assault? I join you, but I gotta go to bed. You're in your assault?
Oh man, did I do that for real? No, I'm in my regular. I fucking left my shit. What happened earlier? Huh? Oh yeah, I almost got eaten earlier.
Oh shit. By the worm?
On a ship, yeah. I was on the ship trying to empty my bag and I like had the volume down or something.
Oh boy.
Then I like faintly heard it going from
That's funny.
like shit, what am I doing? I flew all the way over here. Forgot my fucking, what do you call it? Compactor.
Oh boy.
That was stupid.
That sucks.
There's so many areas that if you fly over make you PvP. Like, it might as well just all be PvP.
Well, but nobody knows you're PvP, so... I mean, they should.
No.
They should if they're in the same zone as you, but then they have to, like, literally be in the same zone as you and know they're in the same zone as you. And then they have, like, 4 seconds to shoot you before you get in the next zone, and then you're not in PvP anymore. But then, so they have about, like, 35 seconds to shoot at you before you're not in PvP anymore.
I'm just like, fuck it, they can shoot me down.
Yep.
I don't have shit on me. We have like 700 aluminum. These guys just fucking go on and on and on about what grieving is all the fucking day.
I know. Why not just admit it? That's what I don't get about them fucking people. You know, that's what I don't get. Why not just admit it? Why not just admit you're a griefer? It's fine.
Yeah. You're a griefer, and that's why your only friends are Mr. Fluffy Bottoms and what's the other guy's name? Fucking. Oh, what's he just came up? Bento. Bento.
Binko?
Binko. Yeah. And what's the other one? With a Q in it. Merc. I don't know.
Mr. Fluffy Bottoms.
Holiday.
Yeah.
There's a couple other guys that are jumping in lately.
Nikala.
Yeah, that guy. Fucking big that guy.
Yeah, that's the guy that
What
killed
the
you.
fuck? Finally found one thing and it's bait.
Fucking hate that.
Stupid. It even has the symbol, like shoot me.
Yep. And you can't tell because some of the fucking gray purple ones are real, and some of them are fake, and some of the like really deep purple ones are fake.
Yeah.
And some of them are fake in a way that you shoot them once and the whole thing disappears, and other ones are fake in a way that like everywhere you shoot it just swirls and nothing happens, and maybe one spice sand comes out, literally one. It's weird, very weird.
But there pretty much isn't shit unless you're in the deep desert. Unless you're in the PvP zone. Even then, it's like, I don't ever find shit. I guess you gotta watch for those big smoke flares, huh?
My base has a fucking one Stravidium right by it. Just one Stravidium. It's the only one, like anywhere close.
Oh, mine's got like titanium.
At your, the one in A?
No, I built one in D, so I don't have to fly all the way to
Oh.
fucking A.
Alright, good thinking.
Get out of here.
Did I not make you a co-owner of mine?
I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get on
You're
it.
good. Oh, I just hit the wall.
I'll get on it. Yeah, I've been just fucking working, dude.
Good, that's good. I just wanted to make sure you're still alive.
And then I come home and I was doing ontology just because I came up with another argument too, which was that, you know, like, it's back to the same thing. So, like, if you're saying that there are multiple objects, right? And we look out at this vast world that is perfectly coherent across this whole entire universe. At least the whole entire universe is perfectly coherent for at least 44 years now. Right? Well, at least 40 years, let's say. Because, you know, you don't remember the first 4 years. So...
I mean, I remember parts of the first 4 years.
Right, so for 44 years, or at least the appearance of 44 years, whatever it happens to be, the whole vast world has been consistent, perfectly consistent, and you're saying that these multiple objects exist. So, like, you have to have some, like, each new, you start with 2 objects, you start with 1 object, 2 objects, 3 objects. Each new object you add to the system is just exponentially increasing the unlikelihood of coherence. You know what I mean? There's really not many reasons to think there would be coherent interactions between 2 objects. When you add 3 objects, then it's like even less likely. You add 4 objects, then it's even less likely. You add 5 objects, then it's even less likely. You know, so if you're saying that there exists these embodied objects, and that's all there really is, whatever the objects happen to be, each object you're adding on there is making the coherence of this whole vast universe impossibly unlikely.
Okay. What do you say? You get about 500 of these from a little one?
Yep.
So the more objects you add, the more less likely you have a coherent universe.
Wouldn't you say?
Well, could work the other way.
If I have some billiard balls on the table, I have 2 billiard balls. Okay, the likelihood that they're in some kind of coherent structure like a line is really, really high, actually. Really high.
Okay, but now you add 3 billiard balls. But depending on how big the table is and what you consider a line, but whatever. You add 3 billiard balls. Now the likelihood that you're going to find some kind of coherent structure instead of just random chaos is a little less likely. And then you add 4 balls and it becomes even less likely. You add 5 balls, it becomes even less likely.
Okay, but what if something is working to make them coherent?
Yeah, exactly. Right. So you can't be saying, you're either accepting just the miraculousness of the existence of coherence, or you can't be saying that all that exists is just the embodied objects.
Well, I'm getting pretty far away from my objective.
You know, our modernist ontologies want us to say that all that exists is the embodied existence, and the rest of it is just, you know, mere abstractions that aren't real. You know, we don't consider the abstractions real. But I don't think that's a tenable position.
Yeah. You're a little too deep into it for me, man. Like, I mean, I get what you're saying. The more objects you add, the less likely that there's some kind of coherence.
Yeah, well, you know, it just says something about materialism. So you have to be saying that materialism includes more elements than the